Hey, everybody. Welcome to another Indy After Dark. I'm here with 15th Ben so far. We have some other people that'll be joining us in a little bit, I think. And we're just here to hang out and see what's on people's minds tonight, listen to some music and talk. And I figured I had to get in here and get started just a little bit late, but I have to catch up to the chat already. so, so 15th, how are you doing?
Sorry, there was some echo on my end.
Oh, I was just asking how you're doing and how if your week's gotten off to a good start.
I'm good. I'm good, Indy. Hi, everyone. Doug, hashtag Paintmaster. That's his title, Indy. By the way, Paintmaster.
All right. Yeah, I
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Yep.
Hi, everyone. As the week's been, well, I mean, it's just started, but I'm already feeling it. Monday is always like, you could take the day off, be on vacation, but still, Monday is gonna find a way to kick you in the ass. So
Mm-hmm.
it's just
Yep.
been fun. But I was working on the cover art for the album, so really excited about that.
Yeah, that is really exciting. So are you going to do like the tease and drop hints on your channel sometime, 15th?
Well, I mean, people have started. I think people have started to get annoyed now with all the teasing, so I'll have to be careful on how I do it. But um,
Nah.
I think it's going to be well. I'll tease you with by not answering that properly, but I don't know. Maybe
Nice. Live up to the nickname there.
stay teased.
Yeah. Hey, Chrissy, Michigan Outpost, Ducks, Decat, everybody coming in. Thank you for being here. Blaine, good to see you. Yeah, I know it's cooling off a little bit here too, Chrissy. I know we haven't had it nearly as bad as some other places throughout the country, but we have had it hotter than normal.
Hmm.
Um, but we got some rain today, which was kind of nice.
Oh, same here. But you guys are used
Mhm.
to it, right? You're probably outside without an umbrella and everything, right?
Yeah. Umbrellas are for tourists in the Seattle area. Hey,
Right.
John, good to see you.
It poured here yesterday as well, and
Hmm.
I was gonna take the umbrella from the car, but then I was like, what would Indy say? Like
Right?
she'd probably make fun of me. But guess what? She
Hmm.
ain't here, so I just
100%. Hey, Poppy Doug, good to see you. Doug and I actually were able, for those of you who don't know, we were able to get together in person while we were on vacation last week down in Oregon, and it was awesome. Doug is amazing, and after about 3 years of hanging out online, it was really great to get to meet face to face and you know realize we're as awesome as we thought each other was. So we had a really good time, and he got to meet my family, and my kids absolutely adored him, and it was really nice. So thanks for
Mm.
being here, Doug.
I was a bit jealous of both of you when I
Yeah,
found out. I mean, one day I hope I can make the trek down
right.
to the U.S. and meet all of you lovely people, especially you, Doug.
Mhm.
Doug is amazing, amazing human being. I would love to meet him too.
He really is, really is. Hey, Paradox, thanks for being here. William, good to see you. Anti, thank you for being here and for dropping links. Always appreciate you.
My man, Anti.
Hmm. All right, Justin, thanks for being here. Yeah, I know it's been so hot in so many places throughout the country. On beer number 30 or beer 30 like the time? I have to specify there, Blaine. Moonlight, good to see you. Thanks for being over here.
It
Yeah.
has been pretty crazy hot over here as well. I don't know in Fahrenheit how to convert it. I'll probably have to Google that.
Yeah,
But
I would
I
too.
mean, Toronto is just crazy. But it's been like this for a few years now.
Hmm.
Let me calculate it.
Okay, wait, really fast before I bring up unspecified podcast, which I see you guys back there, and I think Lady Campion's coming up too. Awesome. I have to point something out to you before I do that. 15th, can you? Okay, so look at the stream. Do you see how it looks like you're sitting in that chair?
Oh my god! Why does this come up every
I just had to point it out one more time how perfect it is before I bring these guys up because it'll throw it off. All right, here we
Oh
go.
my god. Songbird.
Hey, yeah,
Hello.
good to see you, Lady Campion. Landon and Tiff, good to see you. Is Tiff there too?
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Awesome.
Hi,
Great to
guys.
see you all. How are you guys doing tonight?
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Sounds like everybody's got a case of the Mondays here. We got yeah.
Yeah.
But it's better when we're here together, right?
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah. Well, 15th, did you want to share some of your music? I know I'd requested one of your songs, and I never remember. Is it Reflect or Reflections?
Reflect.
Reflect. Yeah. It's one of my favorites of yours, even though it might not be up to snuff from where you're at now with your skills, but I still love it.
Well, it's more of a, apart from the skills thing, it's more of a, the vocals are basically royalty-free samples. So because I didn't know any, vocalists at that time, I was really new. And any few vocalists that I really liked at that time, they saw me and they were like, yeah, 200 subs. Yeah, fuck off. I'm not going to work with you, So
Little did they know, they
Little
lost
did
their
they know.
opportunity
They
to work with
They
greatness.
did. You're saying it,
Good
I'm
to
not
see
saying
you.
it. But yeah.
I'll keep saying it. Team 15th all the way. Good to see you, Carl. Queen, thank you for being here. Yankee, good to see you.
Queen, is Queen B here too?
Happy Monday.
I don't know yet. I'm probably way behind, but that was Queen Survivor, a different queen. Equally
okay,
awesome.
different-
They're both amazing, amazing women
Amazing.
who are
yes.
out supporting a ton of people, which I totally recognized and appreciated.
All right. I will, let me see. 1 second.
Hey, Mike. Thanks for being here. Good to see you.
Oops,
All
I
right.
hit share, Indy. Is that okay?
Yep. I see it.
All right, should I play it then?
Here. Yeah. All right. If we can go ahead and mute on panel and here. Do you want to say anything about this first 15th? Any backstory or how this song came to be?
So with this one, this is probably the only one where I am playing the rhythm guitar as well. Usually I don't play rhythm because of my broken fingers. They tend to jam up, but this one was like just basic rhythm, so I played it. And funny enough, this one, I didn't come up with a name until I chose the right vocals with the relevant lyrics, and then I came up with the name of the song. Because obviously, when you're working with samples, you can't change the lyrics. So I had to work with these lyrics, but these lyrics spoke to me, and then I just I winged it after that, as I say.
Yeah. Well, sometimes winging it, I think we get, our most creative flow going when we just kind of let ourselves go with it. So I think it
Yes.
works.
Absolutely.
Hey, SynthWorks, great to see you. I have a song of yours I'm going to be playing.
Synthmaster's here too.
Yeah, I'll be playing later tonight too. All right. Thanks, 15th. Go ahead and play for us.
All right.
I'm gonna miss you. I'm trying to live in the moment. We gotta live in the moment. Yeah. I don't recognize myself in the mirror. I don't recognize myself in the mirror. got it there in the moment.
I love it. Every single time I hear it, 15th, that is just one of my absolute faves. Thank you for playing
Thanks,
that for us.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone in the chat.
Mm-hmm. All right. If you don't mind, I am going to put a link 15th in the private chat. And if you would, just not quite yet, but in a little bit, if you would be willing to share that video, I'd appreciate it. I don't know how my streaming is going to go from here. It's a SynthWorks video.
All right,
Awesome.
no
Thank
worries.
you.
Sure.
Thank
Yep,
you. Always putting you to work.
Used to it. I'm
All
used
right.
to it.
All right. I saw some other people that had come in. Decat, thanks for being here. Jess, thank you so much. Just kind of scrolling through. I'm still catching up. D-Dog said that he put away 67 pints of bread and butter pickles today. That is phenomenal. That is a huge amount of canning to do.
Wow.
Incredible, D-Dog. I bet you have some happy neighbors. All right, Landon and Tiff, how have you guys been?
Just rocking and rolling.
Hot. I tell you what, I wish our garden was doing that good. It has been so hot here. Everything has scorched.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Everything. Even oops, sorry, honey.
No, I'm sorry.
Even full sun plants, even putting them under shade trees, they still scorched. It has just been brutal hot.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are the temperatures? I mean, what was the highest this past couple weeks?
So we go based off of like what the temperature
It feels like.
well, you know, also the temperature off of the thermometers that we have, and it's like 110.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's just too hot. Too hot, at least for this Pacific Northwest girl.
It wouldn't be so, we like to, of course, the grass is always greener on the other side, but, you think, oh, if it wasn't so humid, it wouldn't be so bad because, you're inhaling the heat. You're not just it.
Swimming in
You
it.
like taste it.
Right. It's sticky. Everybody's hot. Like you just don't even want to touch anybody. Like we all just kind of, it's social distancing just because you don't want to, I don't want to know how moist you are.
Right. Makes a lot of sense.
So you always think, but I remember when I lived up in the north, it was very dry.
William.
And that kind of heat just feels like you're literally in an oven. Like your skin is baking. You can feel it. So there's just no winning. Fire sucks. And,
Yeah.
But there's work to be done. And, like it or not, you gotta you got to persevere and you got to get out there and do what needs to be done.
Mm-hmm. Good to see you. Avoid, thanks for being here. Jorge, good to see you. Karen.
Yeah. Brand says peeling off the shirt after work, and I can relate.
That's right. That's like leather seats down here. In the wintertime, they're freezing cold. So it's just another cold, feeling. And then in the summertime, you have to peel yourself off of them. It's the worst.
Yeah, I get that. Hey, Brew. Mr. Smith, thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. Good to see you.
The icon is here too.
Yeah,
Damn,
he came by and said that he can't. Yeah, he can't stick around, but he came to say hi. Wingnut, good to see you. Thank you, Mike and Anti, for dropping links. Please, go and sub people up and show support. It's an easy thing to do. Maybe click on a video to watch later and check out a channel. Bran, good to see you. All right, and Lady Campion, how have you been?
Oh, I'm okay. Just yeah, long day. But
singing like an angel all the time, life is rough.
Yeah, all day. That's just all I do.
Yep, that's what I figured. That's what I mean. Hey, good to see you, Skull. Thanks for coming by. Hugh, thank you for being here. Kat, so many amazing people. Thank you, everybody, for showing up and hanging out. Neil, good to see you.
Everyone missed you, Indy.
Yeah. Well, I missed everybody. But I have to say, it was really nice to be in a place where I didn't have a lot of internet connection. I actually had a little bit more than normal, but it was really nice to kind of get some time away, out in the wilderness and spend some time in nature with family and friends.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, it was great. Yeah, it was really great. Monique, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Hey, Bon.
The first thing Monique said is Toronto sucks. And I was like, all right.
Made you feel welcome, right?
She's
Absolutely.
Canadian, so
No, but she subbed up, so she subbed me up, so she made up for it then.
All right.
Yeah. Good call, Monique. His channel is amazing. He's incredible. He does a live stream on Thursdays, and incredible. It's one of my favorites. Really good selection of music and great community.
Thank you, Indy.
Mm-hmm. Lady Campion, are you thinking about doing live streams still?
Thinking about it.
Maybe,
I still don't
possibly.
know. Yeah, maybe, possibly.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, but I like this. Perfect timing, even though I'm probably behind. Avoid says, Lady C wakes up and sings to her clocks.
I do. Yes.
Perfect. Yeah. Hey, Jay, thanks for being here. All right. Well, I know SynthWorks is around, and I'd love to play a song of his. I heard it, and there's another song I want to play by another artist too. But I thought they kind of went, kind of synced up a little bit, but just had good vibes. And Synth is amazing. It's actually a song with him and Tony Howie. And if I remember correctly, I believe it's Synth doing a cover of a Tony Howie song. So let me make sure I say that right. But yeah,
yes.
If you can share that 15th, that'd be awesome.
100%. I saw the notification today and I was like, all right, immediately add to watch later, and I'm going to watch it. But then I got tied up with the cover art stuff as soon as 16th went to bed, so I haven't had a chance. So I'm going to listen to it for the first time as well.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, it's really good. It's really amazing.
I can imagine. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah. Hey, Libby. Thanks for being here.
All right. Whenever you give me I'll play it.
All right. Here, let's see if I can do that. I can't do it. There we go.
You just did it.
All right. There you go. 15th.
Let's go.
Just absolutely stunning. I love it.
Mm,
I love it.
so
Thank you
pretty.
so much, SynthWorks, for
And
letting us share that, and Tony. You guys go please check out their channels. I mean, all of their music is incredible, and show some support for the work that they do.
I loved it, but I'm not surprised one bit how beautiful it was, because SynthWorks is
Mm-hmm.
he's a master on the synths, like, as his name, artist
Mhm.
name suggests.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and Tony Howie, I mean, the emotion that Tony Howie plays with, I've been a fan of his ever since I heard his first song. Like, he's amazing. That's why we call him the man with the cheat codes. Like, he's figured this whole music thing out. He's got the
Yeah.
cheat codes.
It must be the case. I believe it. I believe it. Dee, good to see you. I hope you're able to come up later. Apple Dumpling, thank you for being here as always. Apple Dumpling, I've been checking out some of your videos you've been posting of musicians playing too, and really enjoying what you're posting on your channel. Thank you again, SynthWorks, for being here and for letting us share. Yeah, really talented people. It's great to see.
Yep. I just added that to the playlist for my live stream on Thursday.
Nice.
Good call.
Yep. Yeah. Well, do we want to keep this music going for a little bit? Lady Campion, are you up for singing for us tonight? I know you can't stay very
Um,
long either, so.
Probably if I can pick something, which is not what I do best. But I also do best when I don't know what I'm doing, so it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Don't overthink. Don't overthink.
No,
Yeah.
Songbird.
that's why live is good, because I can't. Oh, but yeah, I think my voice is working. I just, because of it being 11:30, I can't sing anything loud.
Mm-hmm.
So, just to be nice to my neighbors.
No, I
Would you
mean,
be, and if it doesn't work out, it's fine, but I was just thinking, would you be able to do In the Garden? Is that something you'd be able to sing
Yeah,
tonight?
probably.
Okay.
If I find the background, I think
Well,
I
I'm
could.
up for whatever you want to sing. You always sound amazing, and I love it. I'm sure it'll be a blessing, whichever song you choose.
Yeah, I don't have that'll take me a minute to find some sort of
Mm-hmm.
background instrument. But I could do that, I'm sure. So, if you want to wait while I find.
Sure, we'll just chit chat for a bit.
Sure. Okay.
We're just hanging out here.
yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling.
Yep.
No pressure.
Well, actually, while you're doing that, I did see the hashtags in here for Rescue. I did talk to Rescue today. For those of you who might not know, I think all of you know who Rescue is, but he is in the hospital. He put out a little video that's on his shorts on his page, and then it's also in my community page, so you can check that out. Anti or Mike, if one of you would drop that link, that would be great. But he went in and they have done a bunch of tests. This is all information that he okayed for me to share and spread the word and give an update. But they're waiting for test results to find out if anything more serious is going on. In the meantime, he's on a lot of antibiotics and being hydrated and all that stuff. So continued prayers are good. He'll be there through at least tomorrow. And that's really all we know at this point. I did hear there were some rumors he was taken in by ambulance and that things weren't looking good and all sorts of things like that. That is not true. His wife drove him in. They went in on their own. He was obviously feeling horrible. That's why you go to the ER. And like I said, had a bunch of tests done, and we're just kind of waiting on results from that. But yeah, thank you for continuing to pray for him. And if you are able to go over to his video and post some, comments or prayers, I'm sure he'd appreciate that too. Know people are rallied around him.
Yeah, thanks
And
for letting us know. I'll do that right now.
yeah, awesome. Yeah, and for anybody who knows Rescue, the hospital's not his favorite place. I mean, whose is it? But
Yeah.
Right.
it's
It's
tough
not
to
anybody's
make the
favorite
decision
place.
to go in. So
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Yeah.
found background music.
All right, awesome. Mm-hmm.
Definitely relate.
Mm-hmm. Oh, awesome, Brew. Love to hear that. All right, let us know when you're ready.
But I think I'm ready.
Okay. Perfect.
I
I
know
will put you up
good
on
like
your
that.
favorite full screen.
Okay. We'll see what happens. All right. Tell me if I'm too loud or quiet or anything like
Okay,
that.
will do.
I come to the garden alone while the dew is still on the roses, and the voice I hear falling on my ear, the Son of God discloses. And he walks with me, and he talks with me, and he tells me I am his own. And the voice we share as we tarry there, none other has ever known. He speaks, and the sound of his voice is so sweet, the birds hush their singing, and their melody that he gave to me within my heart is ringing. And he walks with me, and he talks with me, and he tells me I am his own. And the joy we share as we tarry there, none other has ever known. I'd stay in the garden with him, though the night around me be falling. But he bids me go through the voice of woe. His voice to me is calling. And he walks with me, and he talks with me, and he tells me that I am his own. And the joy we share as we tarry there, none other has ever known.
Absolutely
Man,
beautiful. Absolutely
wow.
beautiful.
Thanks.
That is one of my favorite hymns because I think I've told you this, but it was one of my mom's favorite hymns. And I sing that actually to my kiddos on a pretty regular basis. So I loved when I
Yeah.
saw that you did it. You did that.
Yeah, well, I can't say it's always been one of my favorites, but
Hmm.
my uncles sang it together at my grandmother's funeral, and it sort of took on special meaning after that,
Hmm. Yeah.
a cappella or not.
That was awesome.
Right.
Hey, at least you know I'm not going to be off key if I can hear the music.
Yeah. Your very first note. I mean, it's just like as soon as you start singing, it's just, I mean, I think it has the same effect on everyone. You know, it's like
Yeah.
incredible. It's really, it's just, I mean, I don't want to say just a gift. I think it's a gift, but also something you work at, you know, but it's something.
Yeah.
So
100%.
thank you
Wow.
for sharing it.
Thank you.
Hmm.
I would
Hey,
say
Buff,
it's
good
something
to
I
see you.
have worked at, but I'm not really working at it now. I just sort of wait till it works and then sing.
Hmm.
The best
Here's
was
a
she didn't realize that there was no backing, music in the
I would
beginning.
never have known.
Didn't even need it.
None other has
What's
ever
funny,
known.
right? When the music came in, I was like, oh, I can't hear her as well. So there
Well,
you go. SynthWorks says, one time I would love to have you sing one of my compositions.
oh, sure.
I would love to hear that. So let's make that happen. I love all the collaborations that happen in this community.
I'm all for
100%.
collaboration.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Nice recovery. Hey, HCF, thanks for being here. It's good to see you.
I don't know, Indy, if you know, but we Frank Turzo, myself, Tony Howie, Mr. Smith, and Songbird are gonna be on one track. Well, I mean, the song is already mixed and
Oh my gosh.
mastered, ready.
What? Okay, wait. Say that lineup again.
The song is all ready,
Yeah.
like mixed and mastered and everything, and now we just have to wait for because this is for Russ's charity album.
Oh, that's amazing. So, okay, say who all is in it again for this one track.
So it's Frank Turzo, the legend,
Okay. Yep.
Tony Howie, the man with the cheat
Yeah.
code, Mr. Smith, the icon, uh, Lady Campion, the songbird, and myself.
Incredible. It's like just destined to be epic. That's amazing.
It's beautiful. It's a beautiful song. Like these guys, they just killed it.
Is it an original then?
Yep, original.
Yeah.
Frank
Amazing.
Turzo. Frank Turzo put it together. He had the lyrics and everything.
Yeah.
And then in the beginning, when he sent it to me, it was just him on the vocals. And then he was like, you know what? I think on one of my streams, I played one of Lady Campion's songs, and he
Mhm.
was like, 15, what do you think about her? I said, let's do it. As long
Yeah.
as, the mic and everything, obviously, she has like a proper mic for recording. Let's do it.
Yeah.
And he reached out,
Awesome.
and now when I listen to it, because I've listened to it a few times, because obviously, we have the master track.
Right.
Oh, Songbird just killed it. Everyone killed it.
Yeah. It was
Oh,
not
I can't
me.
wait. So when does that come out? Hey, Canucks.
I don't know the exact date. I think sometime in August or September, maybe. Once the album is ready, because we can't release it anywhere else because before the album drops, and once the album is here, then you all can listen to it.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, obviously you'll keep us up to date.
Yes, 100%.
Hashtag the tease.
Hashtag the tease. Well, see, with this one, I can't tease you because it's not technically my song. With my
Yes,
my
but
own,
you're
I
And
take
yet
full
still
liberty.
promoting it.
somehow, yeah. Somehow you still are.
Can't
That's
help
why
it.
you
I
have an
can't help it.
nickname.
Something's wrong with me.
It's a gift.
It's a
Uh-huh.
gift. A gift to teasing.
Yes.
Yep. Well, I'm still catching up on all the applause for your singing, Lady Campion. Love it. Yeah, you guys, I'm really close to 1,000. I don't know what that really means at this point, but it'll be nice to get to that number, I guess.
I think it's just the benchmark.
Yeah, it does kind
Feel
of
good
feel
to
like
get
that.
there.
Yep, right. Apple Dumpling. I know it's such a great hymn. I love a lot of the old classic hymns. You don't hear them as much anymore.
Oh, I'm glad I was able to sing that.
Yeah. Jorge, I'm not sure if I got to say hi yet. Thanks for being here. I saw you were in here earlier. Hey, Dom, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, beautiful voice. Yeah, for those of you who know Michelle, I can't remember what her old name was on her other channel, but for those of you who know Patriot Michelle, a lot of you know her. She has a new channel or a newer channel, Investigating Truth, and I think some people have kind of lost touch with her. So if you could sub her up, she shares a lot of current events and insight on what's going on in the world around us. So if that's something that would interest you, please check it out.
Oh, Indy. Also, I don't know if you were traveling at that time. My last live stream on Thursday,
Yep.
I played like the first 20-30 seconds of the song with Sailor that's dropping.
I went back and watched. I
You
did.
did?
I was like half there. Yeah, I totally did. It's amazing. I can't wait. I'm already hooked. I already am a fan.
Okay. I just wanted to remind you of the tease.
Yep.
In case you missed it.
Yeah, I got the tease. I know there's always some tease. Yeah, I absolutely did. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, if you want to do a tease on here, you're more than welcome. But I also understand if you're keeping that for your live streams,
No, sure. It's just a week left. It's only 30 seconds. I mean, if people aren't sick and tired of listening to my stuff, then sure, I'll do it.
Yeah, I'm all for it. We get an official tease right here.
Yeah. Now you asked for it. Now you can't blame me for this one.
Yep.
Let me load it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one is. I mean, people already are kind of like, they're like, this is gonna like hurt us real bad when we hear it, because it is a very powerful one. It's a very personal one for Sailor. And when she wrote it, she told me, as soon as I sent her the track, she was like, like what's naturally coming to me is going to be very dark. Are you okay with it? And I'm like, do whatever you want, whatever you feel is going to work with this, do that. And she she killed it. She's amazing.
Her voice is incredible. I haven't gotten to know her that well, but every time I hear one of her songs, I can pick it out because she really has a unique voice and it's beautiful.
Yeah, exactly. And also, like, I've seen a lot of people who are great vocalists, but they can't write lyrics, and then they struggle with that. With Sailor, she's the perfect combo. And I do,
Spike.
and you do know that I'm working on an album with her, right?
Yes,
like a full album.
I know it's going to be incredible.
Yeah, that's a lot of pressure on me. Honestly, I'm really freaked out. Like, because when I said it to her, it was more like a, one day I hope Sailor we can do it, and she was so excited. She's like, "Why don't we do it right now?" That I was just like, "Holy shit!"
That's
like
better. It doesn't give you time to get as nervous about it.
Yeah.
Do it right now.
Yep.
All right, I have it loaded up, so I'll just play the first 20-30 seconds.
Okay.
Should I? 1 second.
Yeah. I know Spike and Buff. I know when Mike and Anti are around, I like slack off as a mod.
Oh, 1 second. So when I share a screen, I can only share. Okay, I can share the entire
Aloha,
screen.
Steve.
Okay.
Thanks for being here. Steve is also live, I believe, right now. So if you are in the mood for karaoke, feel free to go over and hang out at Steve's. I believe they're doing karaoke tonight. And the timing worked out that we're both on at the same time. So we know we're good. Just so people know we're not stepping on each other's toes. It's a big internet and people get to choose where they want to be. All right. Awesome.
All right.
Thanks
Here we
for
go.
coming by, Steve.
While I play this, Anti, could you please drop the link for the premiere for this in the chat? Let's go.
Oh, I don't think we have sound right now, 15th. So when you do the share screen on StreamYard, there's a little tiny box in the bottom left corner that you have to click to make it share sound. So you might have to, if it's not muted, if that wasn't the problem, you might have to like close it and then reshare.
That is interesting.
You're just doing this to make me feel better, right?
I know. Yeah.
So where is that? Because I can
real
see.
tease right here.
Have to go to
Okay,
settings?
so I think no. I think you have to stop sharing this screen. I think, and then go to present again.
All right.
And when you go to present, go to share screen and pick the screen. And then in the very bottom, there's like a big gray, the big gray box comes up that tells you like what screens you can share. It says share on mine. It says share tab
Perfect.
audio.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it.
Awesome. All right. Let's try that.
Let me know if you can hear it now.
Yeah. Go back to the beginning. Yep.
All right.
Thank you. Perfect.
So glad you found your crutch to lean on while I'm left stumbling among the mess. Ooh, I tell myself you mean no harm to those around you. But here I sit, heartbroken, torn to shreds. Oh, why am I not enough? Why won't you put me first?
Sorry, that's all I can share right now.
I know. It's such a tease. It's so good.
It is. It's a good place to cut it off because it's right when it draws you in, and then it's
Yes. I know. Yeah. I love it. I already love it. Thank you for sharing that here. I do appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's yeah, this one is really, really powerful. Like when I was recording it and recording the solo on it, like I just had goosebumps. Like it's really, really powerful.
Bon says, come on, just play the full song.
Well, it's just a week left.
It's just a
So
little
Yeah.
early.
yeah.
Joe, it is so good to see you here. It's been too long. Glad you're over here. He's usually over on Twitch, streaming over there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Lots of good feedback. I'm behind like always, but lots of good feedback in the chat, of course. Thank you, Anti.
Well,
All right,
thank
you guys,
you,
so make
Anta.
sure you go over and sub up people's channels always. Right? Yeah, brilliant tease. More.
You know, you have
Nice
to
avoid.
tease a little.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it's the worst part of it, honestly, because there comes a point where I am tired of teasing, and I just want people to just listen to it. But you know,
I think
you
it's
gotta do
your enthusiasm though that makes you so good at the tease,
it.
because you're obviously so into whatever you're promoting that it draws everybody in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am a very good salesman if I believe in the product. If I don't believe in
Right?
the product, I can't sell anything.
Yeah,
Um,
I feel that.
there used to be a restaurant used to close to where I used to work before downtown, and it was like a family run diner, and they used to make the best steak sandwich, like one of the best I've ever had. And my whole team used to bring lunch from home, and we all used to eat lunch in the office in the lunchroom. And I just started saying, yeah, you know what, I was lazy, so I'm just gonna go have that. And then one after the other, I used to like rally everyone. And they used to have a rule that if you have 10 meals or 9 meals, the 10th meal is free over there. So I used to take like 10 or 11 people with me every time to lunch. And I would just walk in and the owner would just like have this big smile. He'd be like, your meal is free. But I promoted the heck out of that diner. So when I got another job, I had to go work in Barrie for a few years. Um, so I couldn't go there, obviously. So I told them it's my last day soon, and this, and they got me like this huge gift bag and gave me this like special card and everything, saying thank you for everything. And unfortunately, like I think 6 or 7 months after I got that other job, they closed down.
Mm-hmm.
But everyone used to tell me, man, this guy is a good salesman if he really believes in it. So
Yeah.
I mean, it is what it is. I am enthusiastic about stuff.
It's a good thing.
It is a good thing. Well, and I know we've talked about real recognizes real. Like you're not going to promote something that you're not behind.
Yes, I
Yeah.
will. I will promote it, but I won't be as enthusiastic. I'll just promote it out of, because maybe it's not my thing. I don't like it, but maybe someone
Mhm.
else likes it.
Yeah.
But my stuff, if I'm not happy with it, then I won't hype it. I hope so at least. If I'm excited about something, I hope people will like it as well.
Well, it seems to be working for you. I think the things you're excited about, other people get excited about too. So, yeah.
Mhm.
Thank you, Anti.
15th is the roller coaster master. Because my streams usually are roller
Absolutely.
coasters. We go through a lot of emotions in one stream.
Mm-hmm.
Dude
All
made
right.
me
Well,
hungry. Joe just said, "Dude made me hungry." So
I know.
Yeah, no kidding.
He also said that it made him want to rap.
Crap.
Right.
oh man.
Wait, what is this? Everyone close your eyes. Nice. Enjoy apple dumplings. We got people thinking about food, people taking Epsom salt baths.
Well,
never
it
know.
is late.
You never know what is happening after dark at Indy's.
That's right.
About these steak sandwiches,
Right? Yeah.
just give a basic rundown on what
I
you
love it.
remember.
Well, it used to be. So there was this homemade hot sauce. So I have a very high tolerance for like spicy food, and the lady who used to work there, she used to make this homemade hot sauce that was just incredible. And she didn't share the recipe. Out of respect, I didn't ask her again. Um, I don't know what the heck it was. All I remember is it had a lot of those Thai chilies, like
Mm.
crushed
Mhm.
and pickled, and
Mm.
so she used to only put like one or two drops for everyone else, but I used to just say just smother it with that, and it was like a medium rare steak inside. Oh my, it's just
Mm.
man, I'm hungry now. I'm hungry.
Right?
Yes,
If
Doctor,
it
I'm
was
not
a
allowed to eat
homemade
it
hot
this hour.
Hey, Van, good to see you. Dom, have a good night. Thanks for coming by.
If it was a homemade hot sauce, I bet it was homegrown peppers. Landon and our son did this homegrown Tabasco pepper challenge a couple summers ago. And they were both like we're in Louisiana, so peppers are nothing that like Landon's pretty well versed in the pepper world, and Wyatt is trying to be just like him. So like they were both kind of going into this like this is cute, sure, no
Well, the
problem.
Tabasco peppers are so little; they're so unassuming that
Yeah.
and I had never really, other than Tabasco sauce, I'd never really messed around with Tabasco peppers, so I completely underestimated them.
They bit into it, and it was bad. It was real bad. But I think it was that homegrown. You get all the oils. I think there's a lot of
Yes.
capsaicin in those
Yes.
those
Exactly.
oils.
Exactly. It was amazing. There used to be a pepper like full store just for hot sauces, and I think it was called Pepper Place. It was here in Niagara Falls on the Canadian side, and I walk in there once, and I just go straight to the counter, and I'm like, "What's the hottest one you have?" And the guy just looks at me, and there's a couple of other people standing there. They just look at me like this, and he pulls one out, and he's like, "This is the hottest one on a scale of 1 to 10. It was a 10." Um, it was I think just scorpion habanero, something like that. So he put it on a chip and he gave it to me, and just one drop, and I had it, and I'm like, "Are you serious? This is the hottest one?" And at that point, everyone just like like what the fuck's going on here? And then he takes one out from under the counter, and it's like really small. The bottle's really small, but it's like for $40. And that one had ghost pepper and scorpion and the California Reaper, a mixture of both of them. And he's like, "Well, this is the one." And on a scale of 1 to 10, this is a 13. So I said, "All right, give me that one." And he gave me a drop of that, and I had it. It was good. I had a really good kick, but I was just like, all right, and then he gives me this sticker, the Survivor sticker or something, that you had it. Anyhow, I bought that and I walk out. This must have been like between me testing it and getting the sticker and buying it, walking, it must have been like a minute. As soon as I walk out, Indy, like my head,
Irritable
like
bowel syndrome.
it felt like my head was on fire. Like it was really, really hot.
Oh no.
So, but it was nothing that, like I was freaking out, but I really enjoyed it. But at the same time, I was like, holy shit, okay, I need some water. So, I come home and then we start, using it in our, like my wife is making spaghetti meat sauce and she just drops like 2 drops in the whole dish. And it used to add like a wonderful kick to it, just 2 drops in the whole freaking dish. And then what happened is, I think for some reason we stopped having it, and it was sitting there in the cabinet for like 4 years. This whole time, it's like fermenting, and
Oh
I
no.
I
It's
didn't know.
getting angrier. It's sitting there
Exactly,
just getting more and more fierce in the bottle.
exactly. I
Right,
had
more
no idea.
fierce.
I had no idea that this happens to these kinds of hot sauces. I was like, I just smelled it, that I hope it doesn't have mold or anything, but it was fine.
Right.
And I had it one day out of the blue. I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck I was thinking. I was bored or something, and I just like take a drop and I just just have a drop like with a spoon.
I,
And just to like I think I was craving something sweet, and I was like, you know what, instead of that, I'm gonna have this. I swear my lips from here, they turned white. It was horrific. It was really something else. But then instead of throwing it out, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna prank like a friend or someone with this. So then I did that on someone, I think a year after that. And that was like, my wife was like, you're gonna kill someone one day. And
what did you
but it was
put it in, or what did you do?
well, okay, so it's a bit of a story. So my kids' classmates, 2 of them, their dads, their families, they took turns inviting everyone to their house for lunch or something. So we went to this guy's place, and he um, basically had like lunch and everything, and I'm just eating it, and obviously it's bland because I find most of the stuff bland.
Because
And
your taste
You
buds are
would, yeah.
burned.
yeah, so I asked him for some hot sauce or something, for anything. And he just, I don't know, he took it on like as something against his ego, and he's just like, oh, I really eat a lot of hot stuff. It's just my wife, she can't handle the spicy food, so that's why I don't really keep any hot sauces here. But so this is my go-to thing. And I was just like, okay, what is he pulling out? He pulls out chili flakes that he put on pizza. I'm like, bro, like I can eat tablespoons of that. Like, what the heck? And then he go, and I'm like, is this spicy for you? And he said, no, 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 no. Like immediately he backtracks. He said, no, no, no. I mean, this is the best I can do. He's like, I'm the king of spicy food. So I just at that point I took it on my ego. I'm like, bro. I'm like, really? you know. Anyhow, we invite him to our place, and he comes by. And this was a disclaimer I put out in front of everyone's wives and all the public. I had like 6 or 7 witnesses. I said, bro, I have like a hot sauce. I have a hot sauce. If you want to try it, that is really hot. And he says, oh, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it. So
Meanwhile, he's like pumping the antacids before he even gets there. He's like, honey, can you be sick? Is there any way we can stay home from this, please?
I wish he had done that. I wish. But he was actually pumped. He was just like, yeah, you know what? I got this. So I gave him, I don't know, we had like beef patties or something. And I'm like, all right, you want to try it? And he's like, yeah, sure, hit me. I put 1 drop. I was really kind and considerate, Indy. You have to understand. I only put 1 drop. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And he said he said just 1 drop. I said, bro, just try this. Trust me. So he takes the patty, he puts it through that 1 drop, and he just bites on it. And then I think, like, I'm just standing there waiting. Something's gonna happen, and nothing happens. Nothing. I'm like, man, looks like this guy is the real deal. And he's like, yo, hit me more, hit me more. I'm
Oh
like,
no.
all right. I put 3 drops, and while I'm putting the 3 drops, you know what he says to me? He said, I told you I was the king of spicy food. I'm like, man, fuck.
Oh,
Looks like
no.
I have met my match.
Oh, that's
But
the
I had
last
forgot-
words before projectile vomit.
Right? That's what I'm waiting
but-
for.
No, but Tiff,
Oh, no.
I had forgotten the time it takes for it to kick in.
Yeah.
Oh no.
He takes the 3 drops in one bite. Like he just slides his patty on the plate and he takes that one bite. And by the time I went and sat down, the first drop had started to kick in.
Oh no.
I swear to God, zero exaggeration. Like he was just sitting there eating, and all of a sudden he just gets up and stands up straight, and he's like, "Help me!" He's
Oh,
he's
no.
like, "Help me! Help me!" And at this point, I am here, so he's in the middle. Behind him, I can see my wife in the kitchen, and she's just looking at me. She's like, "What the fuck did you do
What
this?"
did you do?
His eyes are red, and he has tears coming down.
Oh no.
So I'm like, what the fuck? So my
The 3
wife
drops
immediately,
haven't even hit yet, right? We're still
and
waiting for them.
yes. And then that starts kicking in the middle. He runs to the kitchen. My wife takes out the jug of milk, and he just starts chugging it, and he is losing his shit. And it took him, I think, 15 to 20 minutes for the effect to go down. And then he was just sitting there like this, and he had like tears, and I was just like, bro, you okay? He's like, what the
No,
hell
man,
is
do you
that?
know how much dignity I lost today?
Oh my god!
It's
Tiff,
your fault.
Tiff,
Wow.
the best part is, so there was another guy there as well, right? So at the end, like once he was fine, he just looks at me and he's like, bro, how do you eat this? And that other guy says, well, the good thing is he doesn't. He just keeps it for people like you who claim to be the king of spices. And then
Nice.
a few weeks after that, he was quiet. He was quiet the whole lunch. And a
Yeah,
few weeks
he's
later, we
comfy.
went to that third guy's place, and I just walk in and I'm like, "Yo, did you bring any spicy, any hot sauce?" And he's like, "No, nothing. I'm just gonna have sriracha, Max. I'm gonna have sriracha."
Sriracha.
Dude, I'm just gonna advise you: do not accept any food from this man from this point on.
Right?
Like you're gonna need a 5-year buffer. Okay,
Yeah.
he's mad. All right, you
This
may
is
not
like
know
the
it.
soft acceptance.
Okay.
Like now
You may
you know
not
better.
know it, but you have hurt his feelings. Hey,
Is this
look.
guy still your friend?
No. Well,
Yeah.
okay. Okay,
right.
in my defense, my
Hey,
daughter
Robert.
did complain. My daughter did complain that his son really, sometimes bugs her in class. So this was just me. This was just the dad sorting it out, like
Uh-huh.
I'm
The
just
truth
saying.
comes out.
I got more where that came from, Buster.
Can we talk about your storytelling ability, though? The imagery in the first part of that story, where I was picturing a cowboy like walking into a black market, like, "Hey, yo, you got any of that hot stuff?" And he's like opening up a trench coat, like, "Here's the first one," and then you shake your head, "No, that ain't good enough." He goes under the counter, pulls out, "I got this one." You
Now,
know,
this
like
stuff
that's
I
right.
technically don't have, so don't tell
Right,
nobody.
you didn't get this from me. Like I could have animated that whole thing.
I got avoid coming. 15th is going to cook for us, but the meal won't be served until the 1st of next month. Hashtag the tease.
Perfect.
Love it. Well played, Avoid.
I was worrying he was gonna, because like Landon one time we got this. It's called the world's hottest chocolate. It's fun, and they
That's how they get me with the spicy. It'd be with the chocolate. That's the way they get me.
They sell it in a full bar, but you can break it off into itty bitty little
like
squares,
pre-cut to where it has these little bitty squares that you can just snap off of it.
which is a serving suggestion. Come to find out after the fact, but they don't really have that on the wrapper or nothing. And so I don't know how they keep all those oils in there, but they sure do. And it is the world's hottest chocolate. And Landon, who is pretty tough with peppers, I can attest, except for that one Tabasco pepper. But look, I had prayed over those peppers, so I have every reason to believe that they were like very, very abnormally hot. Okay.
She prayed over the garden.
That's right. That's right.
Love it.
All right.
Nice.
And so, but he is a pretty tough guy with the spices, and he ate it, and like it gave him the hiccups. Like I had to bring the milk. This never happens. His whole face turned red. He was crying. It was bad. And then we did the same thing where we used it to prank people that were gullible enough to take chocolate from us.
Yeah.
What fat person gives chocolate out? Like, come on, people, use your head.
Dude, I got this
Love
awesome
it.
chocolate. You gotta try it.
Right. Like, well, why would we have chocolate left over? Like, come on.
You're cracking me up, Tiff.
15th probably couldn't taste it.
Right?
I
Yeah.
don't know. I hope I have slowed down, to be honest, because
Okay.
a friend of mine actually who used to eat a lot of spicy, like food and hot sauce, like he developed like ulcers and shit.
Mm.
So he told me, bro, be careful. And after
Mhm.
that, I've taken a bit slow. Plus, like nobody else can handle as much as I do in my house as well. So then it's like I'm either gonna have to cook for myself, like just for myself, or like everyone can. Let's make something that everyone can eat. So I have
Mhm.
slowed down, but
Novel.
some of the videos I've seen on YouTube though, like those people just eating raw pepper, like those California Reapers, and it's just. I heard one story that really kind of made me slow down. It was this one guy who ate, like, I don't know which one it was. Maybe Tiff, you've heard about it. It was a Reaper, I think, and a piece of it got stuck, like in his esophagus
Oh
while he
no.
while he was swallowing, and it burned through. It burned through. They had to do an emergency
Oh
surgery
my
on.
Oh
gosh.
no.
Yep.
Oh, that's awful.
Oh
That
my
that
God.
that shit freaked me out. After that, I was like, man,
Mhm.
like I'll eat a
That does
little
not
bit.
sound fun.
I don't like
Yeah.
eating things that are trying to eat me while I'm eating. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
Yeah.
I just want my food to
Right,
not
good
try to eat
call.
me back.
No wonder I can't eat spicy food.
Yeah.
I used to be able to eat spicier food, but not anymore.
I've kind of
Actually,
gone. My husband likes spicy food, and he's actually more of the cook than I am, and so I got used to eating spicier foods like slowly over time. But we've kind of gone the other way now. So I don't know, spice kicks me a little harder than it used to, but I'm
I'm
still
just
like it better than I did before I was with him.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say this. Look, Lord Spike Protein said
Yeah.
those peppers are used for weapons. Yeah, like the entire country of Canada said, no, we don't need guns. We've got peppers in a can. Okay. So like, like perspective wise, also we eat it,
They're
so
like, if Americans are like, "Are you sure that works?" They're like, "Works on bears."
that's right. That's done good so far. For the ones that
Works on
doesn't work
bears.
for, we don't hear about it. So it's fine.
So that was the way my story started. Then Tiff, it was like I was walking in a weapons store. Then basically,
No, in my animation, it was some sort of like cowboy black market. The guy behind the counter had only like one or two teeth. Like it was a real sketchy setup.
I was imagining like the hot sauce shop that you see, like
Yeah, no,
Nice.
there's tumbleweeds in my
Love it, Lady
it's like there was
Campion.
some dramatic pausing as well.
I might have to write a song about that someday.
Right?
Lady
Absolutely,
Campion,
with the animations.
Lady Campion, you're gonna have to sing on it.
Yes, yes.
Tiff has some great vision for videos, I think, too.
Yes, the visuals are already there.
Uh-huh. Good to
Exactly.
see you, Travis. Hey, Jerry Lee. Thanks for being here.
it could either be like a parody or what do you call a cover of Johnny Cash? I
Or-
hurt myself
Yeah.
That's
today.
Or like like a theme from an old Western.
Or the Ring of Fire. That's pretty apt, isn't it?
Ooh.
Tail end,
Yeah.
You guys are cracking me up. Avoid says, I'm too Mexican to get bullied by spicy food. I have more trouble eating pickles with my
Pickles with
burger.
the
Hear
burger.
that?
This is a major fixation now.
Yeah, I love Mexican food because of that.
Hey, good to see you. Thanks for coming up, Virginia.
Hey, I'm super excited about this spicy food combo.
Nice. So where do you land on the spectrum of spice, V?
Oh, I love it. I would say pretty much the hotter the better. I
Mm-hmm.
love
Nice.
it. I don't know if you guys, anyone watches Hot Ones, or if it's already been discussed. I just kind of popped in. But anyway, they have their own hot sauces. And there's a few that are pretty much blow your head off. But what makes it work is they have flavor. You know what I mean? Like it's not just about being hot. It's about having some body to it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
I want you to enjoy your melting.
Well,
Yeah.
there's
Right.
also like stuffed
Yeah,
pears,
Joe, I'll
believe it or
send you the
not.
link.
there was like this blueberry or blackberry hot sauce, and it just sometimes it pairs really well.
Exactly.
If
Absolutely.
it has like some sweet with the spice, I can get behind that. Hey, Pole Vault,
Yep.
good to see you.
People look at me like I'm crazy. I go overboard with it. I'm, a plate of red beans and rice. I can't eat it without Tabasco sauce.
Well, I'm from the north, and so when Lena and I first got together, his family had to severely retard their food. And I don't mean that derogatory. I mean, like, literally, they had to hold it back because I couldn't handle the spices and stuff. So, like, we would get together for family dinners, and, like, the whole family would be like, why is this food not good? And then they'd be like, well, Tiffany doesn't like the spice, so I made it, where everybody could eat it. And so, like, everybody took it really well, but I was the sole reason that Thanksgiving sucked for a couple years.
And I would go I would go up north with her and visit with her family, and I would be like, wait a second, because there's like, I'm like, guys, just some salt and pepper or something.
Yeah.
When my daughter was before she started going to school, so we started, like, whatever we were eating, we would just give it to her, and it used to be obviously a little bit spicy, for kids, obviously. So she would like feel the heat, but for some reason she still loved it. So she would be like, she would have a bite, and then she'd be you see her going like, and then just having water, but you still have it. I was so proud of her. And then she started going to school, and with these freaking cheese sandwiches and all this bland stuff that they eat all day. So after that, like, for like 4 or 5 years, like, she just completely stopped. Now I'm starting to get her back into it, because I'm like, dude, like, seriously, I can't eat this garbage that you're eating. So you have to eat what we're eating. So it's gonna be spicy. So now
It's interesting.
she
You
has no
develop
choice.
the
Yeah.
taste, and then it goes away.
Yeah, I'm
See,
trying that with 16th as well, but he just like freaks out, and then he throws the plate and everything down. He's something else.
it was a team effort, but I don't know how we pulled that off. It reminds me of my daughter, because she is a trooper. She's just like me, and
Nice.
it was
She
between
puts-
because my sister is, some would say, a superb Southern cook, right? And my mom and me, and I'm telling you, this girl, she will, like, you're talking about, like,
My sister-in-law is an amazing cook, okay? But my daughter, the first time, that's her nanny, okay? And the first time that I let her go spend the night at nanny's house, I guess she was probably 5 or 6 months old. We didn't really have her on, like, solid foods yet, we were still pretty much just doing milk. And she sends me a picture of Abby gnawing on a chicken wing with a hot sauce on, like not too hot. It was a milder one, but yeah, and from that day forth, Abigail has absolutely loved hot sauce. Like,
she will walk up to me with a bottle of hot sauce, dipping her finger on it, and, like, just for the heat.
Yep.
That's awesome. My daughter's a little foodie. She'll, like, try things, but she doesn't love really hot things. But she'll at least try them. My son is a more picky eater. He knows what he likes, and that's about it.
Yeah, these boys, man. Chrissy said, I'm getting heartburn just listening to this.
Right?
What's everyone's favorite antidote for the heat? Some go for water, some go for milk, some just tough it and sweat it out.
So I know that
Milk.
soda and milk are just, because it's cold, it's not actually going to help you.
Milk
Yep.
helps.
Like, soda's not going to help you. It's
I
just
like
going to make it
ice
worse.
cream.
Water's just going to make it worse. Ice cream's a
Rice.
good one.
Yeah.
But for, like, an intense situation where you've overstepped your boundaries with some kind of, like, I don't even know, the radical stuff, there's not really any helping you other than, like, bread or chips or, like,
I've heard
Yeah.
that in some cultures they use white rice as, like, a base.
in some
kinda.
situations, though, who's got white rice just chilling?
Right.
Somebody told me recently that apple juice is helpful.
Oh, maybe.
No, but it
Yeah,
can't.
then you're really okay. That's gonna look really bad. As if the spicy wasn't gonna make you number 2 enough. Add the diuretic of apple juice. And
Yes.
go ahead ahead and
Just saying.
go ahead and reserve the toilet for the rest of the afternoon.
Right.
No,
On
and
that
also
note, Synth, thank you so much
Expedite
for
this
joining us.
process.
Yes.
Right.
anything that has
Hope you have a good night,
anything that has acidic content in it is not going to help. So like milk has lactic acid, so that is not going to help. With apple juice, it's not going to help because it's citrusy, right? So that's not going to help either. I just prefer water because soda, as Landon said, like it for me, soda doesn't even feel good. Like
No.
milk at least makes your mouth feel good, but
Yeah.
inside it's still adding to the acidity. But soda, like the bubbly carbonated
It
feeling on top of
intensifies it.
on top of the freaking fire your
Mhm.
tongue is on, like then you have
It
that.
does.
It just makes it worse. I just prefer
Travis
water.
says, if you want to learn a lesson, be one with the pain.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Well,
really
that's
what you
one
got
thing.
to do. You just have to be like, it's good. Got to get on top of this monkey and ride it. You know what I mean?
Nice. Okay, Yankee says bread. The starch helps.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, that's why I said
Mhm.
rice or water. That's my only go-to.
I
Yeah.
could see how rice could help. Definitely bread. I have used bread before. But like milk, I would try to drink milk when I've like really overstepped. And you just kind of like, you can let it sit in your mouth. It doesn't help. Like but
Then
that's
you-
personal. That's just me.
Then
Yeah.
you're bloated and suffering.
Spike says the trick is don't breathe through your mouth. Oh, hot
Chickens
tea,
don't
huh?
breathe.
Yeah,
Period.
easier said than done.
Thank you for noticing, William. I'm not like 20 minutes behind in chat. I appreciate that.
Howdy, all. I just realized you sent me a link through Discord. Welcome. Yeah, so my dad used to always say when you're eating the spicy food, you know, you got to eat a lot of ice cream afterwards so you can sit on the toilet and be like, come on, ice cream.
Ice
Something to
cream,
look forward
that's a
to, I
really
guess.
good one. Yeah.
Development of Void says whiskey helps, not the pain. It just helps.
Well, so the real factor is though, if the pepper is like a live pepper and it's got a lot of oil in it, there's 3 stages of digestion. So there's the heat in your mouth, like the heat in your stomach, and then the heat in your bottom end. And dried peppers tend to have less heat in the bottom end in general. Specifically, like dried ginger root, if you have like too much heat in your colon or anything like that, like medically, like IBS or anything like that, dried ginger is better than fresh ginger root. Things like that. It does actually have a factor in it that like drier element affects the later stage of digestion less. You know.
That is a really good point. Yeah. As
Well,
far as
I'm the same
fire
way.
ants.
Good to see you, Al. Thanks for being here. Sorry, keep going.
Plus, dried
Oh,
ginger
no, just-
tastes good.
Yes, that's a good point. I've heard also that drinking water actually spreads the oils around your mouth more. So it actually makes it burn worse. And I think the soda, that's a good point. It would just set you on fire. So
Yeah, and just even cooking a pepper like will reduce the heat. You know, it's like a raw pepper is in the seeds, and the oils and the seeds and the raw pepper are the hottest of the hot through all 3 stages of digestion. You know, and so just cooking them a little bit helps. Sautéing them, frying them, drying them, any of that stuff. It'll reduce the back end heat a little bit.
Interesting.
Maybe, I mean, I feel like milk does help.
You have
but
to know these
milk
things when
also-
your butthole's sensitive.
Milk also helps with heartburn, so that could be part of it too.
I just dig the heat. I dig the kick. I've always loved it.
Yeah.
There's a rush to it, actually. Once you get used to it, like some of the really good hot sauces, you actually kind of get an endorphin rush.
Yes.
Probably
Yes.
is an endorphin rush, actually.
Has to
That
be.
happens, William.
I would imagine that
Jeremy
a high
says it very
grade,
succinctly.
I would imagine a high capsation hot sauce is kind of the equivalent effect of a low grade venom.
I don't
I
know.
can see that.
Well, venom is like
Okay.
proteins or, well, look, I'm not smart.
I was like, wait, now, don't get too smart. All right. I got about as profound as I'm willing to.
But there's cornbread, right? And then there's jalapeno cornbread. You know, one's funner in my opinion than the other.
What about
When you-
corn and cornbread?
Oh
Like
yeah,
corn
like
kernels. That's a debate.
absolutely.
Yeah.
corn in cornbread, jalapeno and corn in cornbread, but you can't put that cornbread in a cup of milk. See, that's a Southern thing.
Oh.
I'm with you, Carl. Bailey's and coffee. Right, Vaughn?
I really
So
did
one
used
is
to enjoy
dippable.
spicy food. I worked for a year singing at a Thai restaurant, and I really got better at eating spicy food because they fed me for free. So I got to try all the things on the menu, and they were also good at making them gluten-free for me. And somehow, my reflux wasn't bad then, and I could sing after eating that stuff, and now I can't eat it at all. I don't know what happened, but it used to be good.
Yeah.
I love Thai
Yeah.
food.
Jerry Haley, I don't think it's the spice that's the poison killing us slowly, but I do agree we're being poisoned slowly. That's for
Yeah.
sure. Check your ingredients, people.
Yes, indeed. Now more than ever.
It's the opposite of venom. All right, well that makes sense.
So I wonder if venom would help.
Right, Carl.
No, I'm just kidding.
That's an extreme solution.
Oh man, it's almost 12:30 here.
Yeah.
Nice, Anti. He says, "See, folks, I told you, Independent Many United's lives are fire." Love it. All right.
Did
well,
somebody say fire? I'm about to spark a bowl then.
Go for it. Perfect. 15th, did you want to play any more of your songs before you go?
I think we've heard more than enough of mine. I'll play the one
Fair
you sent me.
Okay.
I Pray.
All right, great. Thank you.
And
Yeah.
then I'm gonna have to bounce. It's 12:30. Got work in the morning, unfortunately.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much for coming up.
Until I become a full-time musician, this is my life.
Yeah, I'm gonna take. I'm definitely gonna check out a bunch of your work, man. I followed you. I really appreciated your vibe on that stuff you were playing earlier, man. Quite a bit.
Thank you. I
Awesome.
really appreciate it.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah,
Well, hit me up or connect at some point, somehow, some way. If you're in her Discord, I am too. Same name.
Okay,
Awesome.
I will. 100%. Thank you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to real quick before if you want, you can go ahead and share the screen, but I just wanted to share. So this is Talk is the artist, and Anti, if you could drop his link, that would be great. And he just posted this song, and there are quite a few people that I've been praying for, including Rescue, and it was just kind of perfect timing and hit me in the right place. So I wanted to share it with all of you, and he gave me permission to share, which I appreciate. Thank you, Talk. And I've been a fan for a while. I think Anti introduced me to his channel, and he just he's really talented guy.
Oh, he's supremely talented. This guy is amazing.
Doesn't have nearly enough subs, so please go subscribe and check out some of his music. But thank you for sharing this one on here, 15th, and thank you, Talk, for letting us share your music with us.
Let's go. This is called I Pray.
Cool.
Love it. So
That was
beautiful.
crazy good.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thank you
Oh, man.
for allowing us to share that here. And thank you for everybody who is praying for rescue. And for those of you who I'm also praying for, you know who you are. And I'm just glad we have this community to come together and, you know, kind of rally around people in their times of need. So thank you for all being here. Well, 15th, thank you so much for coming up and hanging out and being you and sharing your music with us, and especially for the tease. Loved it.
Thank you. No, thank you very much for having me. It's always, I always love being here. It's just a little bit, late for my schedule, but I still, I would not be anywhere else
Well, thank
anyway.
you for being
So
here. I do appreciate it.
Yeah.
All
thank you.
right.
Thank you, everyone. Very nice to meet you all. For those who I'm meeting the first time, and see you next time.
Yeah.
I was gonna say at the premiere, but there's still time at the premiere. So
Check him out on Thursday for his live stream.
yes. All right.
Awesome.
Have a good night.
All right. Have a good night. Get
Thank
some
you.
sleep.
Yes, I hope so.
Quick
Bye.
before 16th wakes up.
Yeah, exactly. He's gonna wake up as soon as I lie down. He's gonna wake up anyway. I can go
Right.
now. I can go 2 hours later. It's always the same.
They have radar.
All right. All right.
All right. Good
Have a
night.
good night.
Yeah, man.
Take care.
Bye. All right, Lady
Okay.
Campion, would you like to sing? I know you said you can't stay for too long either. And is there
Right.
another song you'd like to do before you go?
Sure.
I mean, you're welcome to stay as long as you
Yeah.
want. I'm just
No,
saying.
no. Well, and I'm not going to be comfortable being the only one on camera, so I'll sing something and then.
Lady Campion, do you do requests?
Within reason. I mean, if I know them and my voice will do it.
I would love to, and if you can't, I don't know what the parameters are, but the song Hallelujah.
Mm-hmm.
The Leonard Cohen one?
Yeah, I think I could do that.
Right, pole vault. Moose, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
If I have.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
Welcome back, Joe.
You'd think it was my first time using the StreamYard app thing.
But you're not muted. So that's an improvement.
Yeah, except for like on my show, I always am. So what the hell's going on there? I should just be a guest on everybody else's show, and I can like mute and unmute at will, like intentionally without forgetting.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Lady Campion.
I sent you a link of my my latest poem. You don't have to play it, no pressure. But I did send you my newest piece that I put recorded. I have other stuff I've written recently, but I put one up. I don't know, like a month ago or something.
Oh, nice. Okay. Bon has a question for everyone, and he says, "What was the first album that you ever bought?" So
I wanted to answer that.
Yeah, my first was the Cranberries. No Need to Argue, and it's still one of my favorites. I love it.
Nice.
Yep.
I would say, but most folks. Well, I mean, I guess maybe, but at the time, nobody had really heard of them. It was Coheed and Cambria, and it was crap. I forgot what album.
Welcome Home, probably.
No, it was before that. I
Oh,
thought.
it was.
Yeah, it was way before that.
The first CD I ever.
Joe, we're getting some feedback or something over there, I think.
The first
Sorry,
CD
my lady just fed me a mouthful of taco meat, and I'm working on new headphones, so I don't know how bad the mics are. So, yeah,
okay.
You probably just heard me chewing. I apologize.
Yep. All right, go ahead. What were you saying, Tiff?
The first CD I ever got was Spice Girls.
Nice.
The first CD I ever bought was Lou Bega Mambo No. 5 single.
Huh.
Go ahead, then.
So the first one I ever went out and bought was White Zombie Astro Creed 2000 is the first one I ever purchased. It was actually a tape cassette. It wasn't a CD. And then CDs. The first one I think I bought Why I got given a Offspring Smash and Green Day Dookie were the first two I was given with my CD
Green
player.
Day.
But I went out and
Green
bought
Day was one
a
of mine.
cassette tape of Astro Creep 2000. So there you go. Date myself right there.
Dookie was a great
Yeah.
album.
I'm sorry. I saw this comment from Garrett. Garrett,
Mhm.
I have not heard anything about that. If that's true, that's definitely something I want information on. I think maybe there might have been some confusion. I know somebody else passed away, and
Mhm.
I know that Mad Chad had talked about it on his stream, so I feel like this is probably a miscommunication.
I think you're right, Indy, but yeah,
Yeah. If anybody has any information for that, please, and you're able to share it, please share it, because that's, I definitely want to know if that's the case. I really feel like that's probably some wires being crossed, which, it happens, Garrett.
Mhm.
But yeah, if anybody has information, please post it right away. Yeah.
I think it's funny the person who asked was Bon 75, because the first tape I ever bought was Bon Jovi New Jersey. So I dated myself. The first thing I ever bought was not a CD, it was cassette, Bon Jovi New Jersey. But my parents had a ton of records that I totally loved. But I bought that at a drugstore when I was about 10 for, I don't know, just a couple of bucks. If y'all remember, the drugstores used to have cassette tapes in like a twirly sunglass display type of thing, like you could choose cassette tapes out of the cheap drugstore displays. So I played the hell out of that tape though. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm distracted over here. I'm trying to get to the bottom of some things. Craig, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, I am
Mike.
too.
Yeah, thank you, Mike, for sharing Real Mighty Joe's link. Any other first albums anybody wanted to share about?
I think the first tape I bought was Amy Grant.
Ooh,
nice.
That's
a good one too. Did it have Baby Baby? Did it have Baby Baby on it? Because that's got to be
the first tape I ever bought. Yep, it was.
Nice. I know that like all of us are trying not to sing it right now, right? Like
around the same time I got the White Zombie one, my sister got Tori Amos. That was the one that was big for her. She was like 2 years older than me. That was like fucking huge. Like the Happy Phantom album, like with piano and all this stuff. I'm not too sure if you're all familiar with her, but she was big back then too.
Oh, that's a fun album.
Yeah, still to this day, I enjoy it. I think it's good. I actually really like it.
I've sung a number of things from that album.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Spice Girls comes on in the grocery store, I feel old, but I'll sing right along to it.
Yeah, that
I was listening to a podcast.
It gets stuck in your head.
It does.
The Spice Girls songs. No.
I listen to like so much media. I don't remember exactly what I was listening to, but someone was talking about how much nostalgia our generation has. It's like in our lifetime, life has changed so rapidly, so fast, that we have so many eras of nostalgia. We went from like 8-bit, and 4-bit game systems to like virtual reality in our lifetimes and all these other crazy things, and all these levels of nostalgia they've established along the way. Yeah, and then they recycle that, right? Like, 'cause that's kind of a way to manipulate you a little bit. Like, you get you into that nostalgia. Oh, don't you want the way it used to be? Doesn't this bring you back? And that's a marketing tool, right?
We fall hook, line, and sinker for it, because I tell you what, we bought one of those old tube TVs at a garage sale for like $10, and we went to Goodwill and all the different.
They were selling VHSs for like 50 cents a pop.
And so we have a huge. I remember when I was growing up. Look, like your social status was determined by your VHS collection. Okay, like, do you have Lion King? I know that Hunchback of Notre Dame just came out, but do you have it?
Yeah, that was the thing.
I don't remember that being a status thing.
Around the time she's talking about like my buddy's dad owned a video store, so it's like very much in the culture of that, like getting to see movies before anybody else did because we got preview movies and shit like that. You know, it was
Nice.
like fancy. Get preview copies of the game. It would be like say promo across the whole screen or whatever during the movie, but you get to see it like a week earlier than everybody else. You know, yeah, they give out the promo copies to the movie stores to see if they wanted to buy a case of them or whatever, you know, a case of the tapes to rent
Yeah,
out.
really fast. Sorry, Garrett. Thank you for clarifying. Yeah, it was another a friend of Mad Chad's that passed away. A friend of Mad Chad's and Blaine's. It wasn't Mad Chad himself. So just to make sure that doesn't get spread out. Yeah, and I did not know the person who passed away, but I'm sorry for his loss. For everybody who did obviously know him, and I know in all of our communities on here, we get to know people pretty well. And sorry, Blaine and Mad Chad and all who knew that person. And his name's Monty, but just so others know, it's not the full Monty, because that was another confusion that happened. Mm-hmm. So for those who know, it's not full Monty, it's a different Monty. But again, we're sorry for his loss and for all who knew and loved him.
Yeah,
and it goes with the
very nice man. He was always a wonderful addition to the chat.
Mm-hmm. All right. Sorry, guys. Yeah, go ahead, Lady Campion.
I found Hallelujah.
Awesome. All right. Perfect.
So I think it's in a key I can sing.
All right. Well, if everybody on panel can go ahead and mute, and I will put you on your favorite big solo layout here.
Well, I'm the only one. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We'll see how it goes. I'll turn the sound on this time. I think I did. Here we go. I heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do ya? Well, it goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, and the major lift. The baffled king composing hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Sorry. Maybe I've been here before. I've seen this room and I've walked this floor. I used to live alone. Used to live alone before I knew ya. Love is not a victory march. Hang on, I need the words. I'm sorry. If the words
What
don't
you're
line
saying
up,
was
I don't know them.
Yeah, what you're saying was absolutely lovely.
So, I can do it again, or I can accept that my throat. Excuse
No
me.
worries. Live. What happens? Hey, Cody. Good to see you.
So, yeah, I can do it again if I just look up the words and have them separately.
That'd be great.
Really helps when they go together. Because the words to this song do not make sense.
Mm-hmm. I know.
It's a pretty song, but they don't.
It is a very pretty song. I agree. While you're doing that, I'll go ahead and give a little update on Moose. Are you guys hearing an echo, or is it just me that I'm hearing my own echo?
No, that's me.
Okay. It was fine if I could just ignore myself, but I couldn't tell if it was going to be like a double thing. All right. So, I'll just give a little update on rescue for those who missed it earlier. He is still in the hospital. They have done a whole bunch of different tests, and they're waiting for test results to find out some more answers if anything more serious is going on. He's on some antibiotics and pain meds in the meantime, and is feeling a little bit better. But he'll be there at least through tomorrow, and that's all we know at this time. So thank you for continued prayers, and let people know as needed. There's a post I put up on my community page, and it's just the link to what Rescue posted himself. So you can check his community or his shorts page, I guess, too, and see if he puts up any other updates. But thanks for asking, Moose. All right, let me know when, Lady Campion.
I'm working on it.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. Yeah, I saw, and I do see some people were posting about Monty, the one who did pass away.
I believe in you. You're gonna fucking knock it out of the park. That was just a warm up. You were just warming up. I was just waiting for you to hit those notes, and you were just about to. So we just got to hear from the top. I think. I think everybody's got to hear from the top. You got to start from the beginning. Take it from.
We had some people really hoping you would do it a cappella, actually.
Well, as much.
No pressure.
Well, that's nice. You want the beat. You want the beat better. You feel better with the beat or better a cappella?
No, I'd rather it feel less insecure with the music.
Good to see you.
I can just go boom 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 choo 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 boom 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 choo. I can just do that the whole time.
All right. Well, I've got the words written down.
You get your beat back. You got the words in front of you. I want you to hit those notes. I want you to start from the top. I think you got it, kid.
Right.
I think you fucking got it.
She's got it. No
sounds
problem.
delicious. Sounds delicious. I was waiting for that high note. I was so waiting for it. And you're like, no, I gotta stop. I don't remember the words. I'm like, that was the point.
I was trying
there you
to
go. From the top.
and it was just
Start fresh.
working.
Just build again. Build from the top. Just build
Joe, let her sing. All right, here we go. You ready, Lady Campion?
Okay, I'm ready. Yes, we'll try again.
Thank you.
Now I've heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do ya? It goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah. Faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof. Her beauty and the moonlight overthrew you. She tied you to a kitchen chair. She broke your throne and she cut your hair. And from your lips she drew the say I took the name in vain. I don't even know the name. This is awful. I really tried. This is background.
Okay, Lady Campion.
I can't take it.
Just pick up the verse that's going to come around and pick up the verse where it picks up.
Where did it stop?
I bet you would have done better with the acapella.
I think I would have done better a cappella. That was just
That's what I thought.
I do agree. See, the beat messed you up.
No, it was the. I mean,
We have the echo going.
Oh,
Lady Campion.
sorry. It sounded so distorted and awful.
I thought it sounded great.
It didn't
The
sound
background
awful.
You sound beautiful. You sound like a bird when you sing.
The background music.
Yeah. It threw you off because it's not like they can't
Didn't it-
copyright
no, just
wise
didn't
be
it
like
sound-
the same
but
exact
didn't it
thing.
sound
It was
awful and
karaoke.
distorted?
No, it didn't.
Yeah, they do that on
No, it
purpose.
sounded great.
It does
Sounded
to her because she's trying to hear the initial music of like the instrumental in her ears, and they
That's
have
awesome
to
for both.
distort it to
The
like
first
make
two
it copyright.
verses sounded fine, but then those weird background vocals came in.
Right.
Yeah. They do that on purpose.
Ugh.
A voice said, even when she said, "I need the lyrics," it was in key.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, your voice is like a bird, and I would give you one tiny little piece of advice: is
Monty.
anytime
Glad
you
you're here.
stumble, most people will never notice. You will notice. You will always be your largest critic, and
that's
never
not me.
apologize.
It was the
Don't say I'm
background
sorry. Don't
music.
even
I
say it.
couldn't-
If
I
you
couldn't
stumble,
stand it.
don't even acknowledge it. Just continue forward.
I know
Miles
that's
Davis,
what you're supposed to do.
mistakes there are none. Just keep rolling with it.
My parents tell me stories about when I was little and we were listening to Christmas carolers in the mall, and I thought it was too loud or distorted or something, and I would sit there with my hands over my ears. So when the background music sounds that bad, I can't take it. So
Really fast, I'm
Yeah.
going to address something real quick.
Your
Joe,
voice
hang on a
is
second.
beautiful.
Yes, your voice is beautiful. Absolutely agree, Songbird. Go back and listen. Really, you sounded amazing, even with
well,
that. So,
if I'll find a better background that won't really.
or and if you want to pick a different song too, that you have one ready for them, that's fine too. Either way, but really fast, Monty. I wanted to say hi to the full Monty, who is alive and well, and still with us. And full Monty, I don't know if you know that another Monty passed and there's been confusion, but I think a lot of people have been thinking about you the last couple of days, the full Monty, and glad you're still with us, brother. And it's good to see you here.
Yeah, good to see you, Monty.
We can clear that confusion up right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's at least one rumor down.
Okay, I've got a question for group discussion.
Hey, Louie. It's good to see you. Barbie is an awful film.
What's the most embarrassing song you know all the lyrics to?
Umbop. I fucking did go and do it. I was just going to do it. Umbop. Doop-a-dop-a-doo-wop. Give-a-dop-a-doo-wop. Give-a-dop-a-doo. Yeah, well, probably most of them. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Even in Umbop, there's not a lot of words to it.
I love Topspin's answer. That's
absolutely my most embarrassing. Like I thought that song was like jiggy when I was a little kid, and then all of a sudden I learned it wasn't cool to like Hanson. I was like, all right. I don't jive with that song.
Hey, Michael, thanks for coming by.
Also, that girl Tyler Hanson, she was really pretty. She was always really pretty growing up. That's like the first there's a whole generation of kids in my generation that thought like one of them was a girl for like a hot minute.
We love the Hanson.
Most embarrassing songs, hands down, and that's like fucking peel the fucking Band-Aid off. Next. Nobody like that just like loosens up. That loosens up it for everybody else.
The Hanson brothers were me and my girlfriends, like that was it for a while. Craig the Hunter says I'm too sexy for my shirt. Mine is y'all may not even know this one, but mine is Geek in the Pink by Jason Mraz. It was one of his first songs.
Oh.
I know the title, but I don't
Tony.
know the song.
Tony, we played your. Oh, sorry. Hold on 1 second. Tony, glad that you're here. Thanks for being here. We played SynthWorks cover of your song earlier, and it was beautiful. Thank you for letting us share it. Yeah, it was absolutely phenomenal. So thank you. Thanks for being here too. All right, go ahead. Sorry. What was your embarrassing song?
It's a white boy rap, and it was the first and most embarrassing. And to this day, I know every single lyric.
Was it Milli Vanilli?
No, it's Jason Mraz, Geek in the Pink.
Oh, right. You said that. I'm sorry. I missed it. Yes. I don't know that song, but I like Jason Mraz, actually.
If it comes on, I like compulsively rap the whole thing, much to the dismay of my son, who like absolutely hates it. But you know, it is what it is. The heart wants what the heart wants.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what song I know the words to, especially one that's. I'm really bad at remembering all the words to anything.
Hey, Ronnie, good to see you. Thanks for being here, handsome. And
Maroon
hey, Off the
5
Wall
sugar.
Pepper, good to see you as well. Thanks for being here.
I grew up on old movies, so the songs I know all the words to are really obscure, like old Danny Kaye songs. Those are the ones I know the words to.
Like Mary Poppins.
Oh, like more obscure than that. I could probably. I mean, I could sing A Spoonful of Sugar, but.
I mean, the initial question was the song you're embarrassed about
I
that you
know.
memorized all the lyrics about. So that kind of put us all in a different thinking dimension. Is there a song you're proud of? What's the song you're most proud of? You know all the lyrics to. I'll pose that question. How about that?
Okay, well, let me answer the embarrassed, and that would be anything from New Kids on the Block, like
Mm-hmm.
the
That's what I
right
was thinking
stuff,
too.
all that. Yeah, that's pretty embarrassing.
That's embarrassing.
Sorry, go ahead with the next
Oh, I
one.
know. I have one. Crisscross. Do you guys remember Crisscross?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
all the kids in school wear their clothes backwards for like a week.
Right? Totally.
This should be easier. I don't know.
But you know, it's like they're not really embarrassing because it's like that time frame. You know what I mean? Like it's just nostalgic.
I just wasn't listening to any of that then.
So what's the ones you're all most proud of memorizing lyrics to? Like the one you like to sing the most?
I'm equally lost there. I don't know.
I really like
listen to
singing.
Bob Marley tune personally. There's a lot of Bob Marley tunes I know like all the lyrics to, and like I really vibe with, and like really love to sing along to. I'd probably say my favorite would be like One Drop. Is probably one of my favorite Bob Marley songs. Like one of the more ones, you know. But but I'm proud to like know those lyrics, you know, like that like speaks to my heart. I'd be curious, like same question of what embarrasses people, kind of the inverse, you know.
Yeah.
I've got two songs that come to mind. I really like singing. One is Lauren Daigle. It's Tremble. I love that song. I think she does such a beautiful job at it. And then the other one is What's Going On by Four Non Blondes.
Oh yeah,
that's just awesome to sing along to. And my whole family will just belt in the car, just hey.
Yeah, that's a good question. I haven't heard that one before. Embarrassing song.
Landon is really good at singing David Allan Coe. He's also like, I mean, he can, and also Volbeat. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of the band Volbeat. He does really good, like, and Johnny Cash, like, he does really good, deeper, like, songs.
Right, Carl.
Nice.
Craig says, I'm too sexy for my shirt.
That song was
That's
a tour
a
de
funny
force,
song.
though.
Hey,
I mean, I
Scooter.
can picture the
Good to
whole
see you.
video. That's how you age yourself, is how many of us can picture the whole video to quite a few of these options, good or bad.
Did anybody else rock out to Barbie Girl by Aqua?
Oh, yeah. Or I'm Blue. Remember the song Blue?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was my generation, but I was more of a goth kid back then.
Right, Carl?
I was too busy going to Marilyn Manson concerts, you know.
Thank you, Tony Howie.
I'm just getting to a lot of the comments about songs. These are great.
Basically, now you know why I needed lyrics to that song. I don't know what I know lyrics wise.
Hold on, I think we're missing a couple favorite songs out of the people in the chat. Isn't there like a couple people who? What are your most favorite sing-alongs? I think we got like.
I like to belt. I will belt out
Share her favorite.
anything Fleetwood
What's
Mac.
your favorite one to sing along with, Songbird?
Oh yeah, Fleetwood
Okay.
Mac is awesome.
Fleetwood Mac is
Yeah,
good.
I'll belt that out all day,
Thank
and
you,
like
Tina.
with no shame, Fleetwood Mac.
Lady C, can I put one more request in?
Janis
Yeah.
Joplin's always good too.
Would you sing "What's Going On" by Four Non Blondes?
Oh, I can't do that. That's too loud.
Okay.
It's too late, and I
You
want
definitely
to be
have
polite
to
to my
yell for that
neighbors.
one.
Yeah.
It's definitely one you gotta put
And
all
I've never sung that, so yeah, that would take some. I need
It's more
my
about
lungs.
feeling it. You really wanna.
Right.
You really gotta wanna know what's
Right.
going on. You
Right.
can't just
And
kind of be curious. You've got to like really need to know what's going on.
Right? Yeah. That one's a little loud for this
You
hour.
got to scream at the top of your lungs.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Can't do that. My neighbors would not
There you go,
be happy.
VC every time. Yep. The old kids on the block.
Hey, some of them
Yeah.
still look pretty good, although half have come out of the closet now, which that's fine, but yeah.
Oh no. I think I mostly know the words to old songs, like old jazz standards. That's what I grew up on.
I agree, Tony.
And Broadway stuff for Disney. Those I probably know the words. But again, I don't know till I try.
Opera Boy. I don't know that one, Carl.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, I like Lauren Daigle also. Jerry Lee and Tiff.
Anybody
Dee, good to
listen
see you,
to-
sis. Thanks for being here.
I'd say I should make a list of songs or something, but there's so many songs that I could sing that I haven't sung that I wouldn't want to limit myself. I found a good version of Both Sides Now the other day. That's a good one.
Ooh, I love that song.
Yeah.
I was just listening, and that's funny. I was just listening to that recently, and I actually had thought that you would do a really great job at it. So did you do a cover of it, or you're?
I sang it live once.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good version. I like it.
Do you want to sing it for us?
I could. That one I've heard all the way through, so I know it's
Yeah,
not going to do
I'd
anything
love
weird.
for you to sing that. That's funny because so that's the second time now that
really
actually
funny.
the third time that's happened. Yeah, that I've like wanted Lady Campion to sing a song, and it's already happened before I even brought it up to her. That's pretty amazing. I'm gonna keep thinking of great songs, Lady Campion. We're on the same wave. It's good.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh, Heartbreaker. That's a good one. I'm just catching up in chat here. Sorry, guys. It's got like really quiet up on panel,
Yeah.
but I'm just
Yeah.
catching up here. And...
I was just cueing the song.
One of my
Thanks so
favorites,
much.
at risk of sounding like a super holy roller, but is what they're singing like right now in heaven, or at least that's what it says in Revelations. It's holy, holy, holy is the Lord Almighty, who was and is to come.
Mm-hmm.
And I sing that one every day. But like as far as like riding in the car,
You mean
you
like
can
the
ask
hymn?
Tiff. I usually don't sing,
Ooh.
but
Good call, Doug.
it's usually some Christian stuff.
I have not sung. Well, I've not recorded the Old Rugged Cross.
Yeah, that would be great. I would love to hear that one. Any old hymns that you do, I mean, I'm all for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely love the hymns.
Yeah. Well, there are definitely some hymns I know the words to.
Worship is my jam.
Now I know. Thank you, Monty.
Yeah. Hmm. Oh. Well, it's after 1. If you want me to sing that, I should sing that and then go.
Yeah, no,
Goodness,
absolutely.
it's late.
B says, "Bring on the singing."
It's awful. It's like, I don't know. What I say lately is I'm a shy extrovert because I'm energized by people. I'm just really nervous. So I was really tired, but now I'm wide awake, which is not ideal. 1 o'clock in the morning.
Your voice gives me goosebumps like within seconds. So
Aw.
don't be
Yeah.
nervous. Everyone
Don't be
here
nervous.
is mesmerized by your voice.
Yep.
I can't describe how beautiful it seems to all of us. So have that confidence. Just do what you do. That is your
Thank
gift.
you.
I'm actually honored to sit here right next to you singing to us like we're in a special concert.
Aw.
Right. Absolutely.
you.
Well said, Virginia.
That was
Yep.
beautifully put. Thank you.
All right. Go for it when you're ready.
Okay. I will. I almost muted. Okay, that's not what I'm supposed to do.
Rose and flows of angel hair and ice cream castles in the air and feather canyons everywhere. I've looked at clouds that way, but now they only block the sun. They rain and they snow on everyone. So many things I would have done, but clouds got in my way. I've looked at clouds from both sides now, from up and down, and still somehow it's clouds illusions I recall. I really don't know clouds at all. Moons and Jews and Ferris wheels, the dizzy dancing way that you feel as every fairy tale comes real. I've looked at love that way, but now it's just another show, and you leave them laughing when you go. And if you care, don't let them know. Don't give yourself away. I've looked at love from both sides now, from give and take, and still somehow it's love's illusions I recall. I really don't know love at all. Tears and fears and feeling proud to say I love you right out loud. Dreams and schemes and surface crowds. I've looked at life that way, but now old friends, they're acting strange. They shake their heads and they tell me that I've changed. Well, something's lost, but something's gained in living every day. win and lose, and still somehow it's life's illusions I recall. I really don't know life. I really don't know life at all.
Love it. Thank you so much. That was beautiful.
You're welcome.
Absolutely beautiful.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming up and singing
Yeah.
for us tonight. And I know
Oh,
it's
you're
so late
welcome.
for you, Lady
It is
Campion.
quite
So
late.
I really appreciate you
Thankfully,
coming
I
in.
don't have to be anywhere in the morning, so it's not that bad. It's just I have
Nice.
trouble going to bed anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, thank you, and I will leave you to it.
All right. Thank you so much, Lady Campion. Have a
Thank
good
you.
night. If you aren't subbed to her, please check it out. There, it's a possibility. Maybe at some point she'll do live streams. I'm hoping she will. And just gonna keep putting that out in the YouTube verse.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Probably if I
Thanks,
do
Club
though, it'll be during the
776.
day. 'Cause I do
Mm-hmm.
daytime better.
Nice.
So
Mhm.
yeah, we'll see.
Yep. All right. Well, thank you so much. Have a good night,
Okay.
and I'm sure we'll see
Thanks.
you around sometime soon.
All right. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, Joe, I'll go ahead and bring you back up here. Sorry, I didn't want to bring you up while she was singing because I knew it would I knew it would throw things off. Yeah, Garrett, no
You're good.
worries.
I'm pretending like I used StreamYard for the first time. I'm on my mobile phone. Like I had my laptop up and it died, so I'm like on the mobile version of StreamYard. I'm not quite as good at it.
Yeah.
I'm not navigating it as nicely, but I do. I would like to kind of do this poem acapella for you guys that I really like.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hold on, it's the wrong one though, and I'm trying not to break my internet twice again. I'm being very careful on what buttons I hit right now because if I like touch the wrong thing, it's gonna die. Hold on. All right, so this is something I wrote on 4/8, but I think it's kind of relevant still. We could all die in an eye blink without a moment's notice. Live your life in such a way someone notices you left us. Life is too short. We need to stop the senseless blue and red, right versus left foolishness. Music, the great unifier, holy water to the fires of Lucifer. Careful of the costume, it will consume you. Beware of idols and prophets.
I like that a lot. Thank you, Joe, for sharing.
Yeah. Definitely agree with the right and the left.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I think, Carl, from what I understand, I've heard that he might be stepping down from running. Not stepping down now, but stepping down from running in the future. I don't know. I heard there was a Gateway Pundit article about that, but I have not seen it myself yet. Yeah, have any of you heard about that? Anybody in chat want to respond to? I don't know if that's confirmed or not. Yeah. Okay, it got too quiet up on panel, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and share. I'm gonna share if I was thinking about it earlier, so I'm just gonna go ahead and I'll actually let me know if it's not working well. But hang on a second.
What are you sharing the?
Oh, I'm just going to share the fire that I have, but for some reason, I don't think it's doing this.
There it is.
Yeah,
Nice.
but there's no sound going with it.
I hear it.
You can hear it?
I heard it.
Oh, okay.
Am
Well,
I
I don't know why.
gone? Did y'all not
I don't know why I
hear me
can't hear it.
I don't know if I
But there we
disappeared
go.
on you.
I think your mic.
was
I think your
always-
mic might have cut out, Joe.
Oh, I can do a different thing to do that. Hold on. How about this? Can you hear me now?
It actually got worse.
Is that better or worse?
It's good. I can hear you.
I have earbuds. Or
However you had it before, your voice sounded more clear. It's weird you guys can hear it. I can't hear the music, but that's okay. As long as you guys can hear it, that's cool.
It's very chill.
Reconnect my Bluetooth. If not, no worries. If you can't hear me, very good. The poem that I sent you a link to me recording the same poem I was trying to read to you. The recording unfortunately skips out at a point or two, but like it's much cleaner if you're having a hard time hearing me. It's over on Rumble.
Yeah, I can't get that from here right now.
Here, let me. I sent it to you on Discord. That would be a much cleaner way to hear me. I think that you might not hear me so well, so. But there was things with it. I was getting into it, man. I was feeling it. I think I might have lost you. I might have fucked some shit up.
That's awesome, Chrissy Cat.
I guess you guys are still here. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. My dad did too, Chrissy Cat.
How about this? I'll just kind of pick up at a point in the poem, and if you guys hate it, you can just mute me. Let's see this. Beware of idols and prophets playing your heartstrings, making you dance like a puppet. Lips that whisper lies coated in sugar. We are more alike than we differ.
Yeah, I think you cut out again, Joe. Is it cutting out for you guys too? I can't tell if it's on my end or his end.
I think he's frozen right now from my end.
Okay.
My dad used to ask me if I knew Jesus around campfires.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe, just so you know, we can't hear you. I don't know if you know we can't hear you or if you're just stuck. And you guys can still hear the fire?
The music, yeah, I can still hear it.
It's so weird. I don't know why it's weird that I can't hear it at all. But I'm glad you guys can. But I'm still here in silence. It's just bizarre. Anyway.
But
Like it's very subtle, but I do hear it.
Let me try turning it up a little bit. Yeah, for me, there's no sound at all. Here, you know what? Hang on a second. Let me try refreshing it and see if it makes a difference. All right.
How to build a fire.
As long as you guys can hear it, cool. Nice.
No.
It's like a lightsaber torch.
Yeah.
With those.
I'm a giant child.
Yeah.
Actually, Tiff is a giant child. It's her fault.
Good night, Jerry Lee. Thanks for being here. It's always good to see you. Yeah, that's true, Garrett. A lot of misinformation will be put out there. A lot of, distractions as well.
Big time.
Mm-hmm.
Big time.
Oh, that's sweet, Chrissy. Yeah, it's possible, Jay. My Fed is no fun. The Campfire Girl song. I don't think I know that one. But I know lots of Girl Scout songs.
I don't remember any Boy Scout songs.
My audio's fucked. I'm booming over here. I'm sorry, guys.
Yes, you're booming over there. Sorry, Joe. Thanks, Doug. Mm-hmm. Well, what else is going on, you guys? What's going on this week? I mean, I don't know. I guess we're just getting started, but anything else we need to talk about that's going on in the world?
There is a ton to talk about going on in the world, but I don't want to ruin the chill nature of the
I know
environment.
it's been kind of nice. We sort of just had a chill night tonight. It's been great.
I didn't really want to go too heavy into any direction, even though there's a ton to talk about. But
Yeah.
I don't know. It's all heavy.
Yeah, sometimes we don't have to be so heavy. Like, in
Yeah,
fact, that's something that I would bring up, is that I don't know about anyone else, but sometimes I get doom fatigue. Like, we choose to gather a lot of information about the world around us and what's going on, and different aspects of how it's kind of circling the drain. But honestly, that's not good for us to do all the time. It's not. It's not good to live in fear. It's not good to have anxiety constantly. I mean, anyone could do that and then get to the end of their life and the whole time have just been fretting their mind
Not
and
changed
spirit
a thing.
and never lived, having never lived, right?
It's
so
also really
we all
important.
have to have that balance.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because the Lord wants us to be wise to the tricks of the enemy, and Jesus even said that his people are destroyed through lack of knowledge. But it's so important to remember to go to the Father and ask for his peace, which surpasses all understanding. And it's important to, like, especially with our thoughts, to ask for our thoughts and attitudes to be renewed, and to also ask for his perfect peace that surpasses all understanding, and to meditate on his word, and that it does that whenever you're in prayer or you've been reading a story in the Bible, and to kind of takes the whole world away while you're reading, you know what I mean? Or studying, or just thinking, contemplating, praying, because we should be praying consistently. But that's just my perspective from my belief.
Right. Do
That's
you all
not.
think there's ever a time that we haven't been in war, though? Like, I think somebody just said,
if this is war, it is what it is. Experiences.
Yes. I mean, who here could identify any block of history that the people living at that time were not feeling this similar feeling,
Love you, Chrissy. Have a good night. It's good to see you around more. Glad you're doing better. Yeah. It's a good point. And also, I mean, how many wars were orchestrated, I mean, all of them, maybe?
Maybe, I mean, it's at least from one side, right? I mean, even if you took it back to the Romans, maybe both sides weren't funded and whatnot going up against the Germanic people or the Celts, but the Romans were very much strategizing and competing. Like their military leadership would compete with one another as far as greatness goes, for like to gain power. And they very much were. It was I don't know if I'm allowed to say conspiracy, but it was a conspiracy, at least from the Romans end, to conquer. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Carl, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of rolls over. And so with that in mind, I always think we should not fear. I think that's the worst thing you can do, is put yourself in a position of constant fear. And the Bible says it 300 and some times, right?
Cast out fear.
Yes.
Fear not. Yep.
Yeah. There's so much power that we've been given to have self-control. Like whenever you're dealing with any kind of negativity or negative thoughts, you can block all that out. You know what I mean? Right. The negativity, I don't know how to explain it. Basically, what the disciples would do would take thoughts captive. Like, so for people who are having bad thoughts, anybody struggling with bad thoughts, you can just say this, say, I take that thought captive and I bring it under the authority of Christ. And then you can let it go. It's just like forgiveness. Like you tell the Lord, I cancel this debt. Okay. These people don't owe me anything. I forgive them and I turn it over to you. And it's the same thing with your worries and your cares and your anxieties. You can cancel it and give it to the Lord, and then you truly don't have to worry. The exercise and the discipline comes from us letting it go. Is usually what we struggle.
Another
Yeah,
big thing
well
is, the Bible tells us to guard our eyes and our ears, because
Guard our hearts above all else.
Yep.
Hey, Dee.
Yeah, Dee, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming up.
I love Jesus.
Amen.
Yep.
Sometimes I've found when I start to say, "Well, me to forgive that person," I already know it's like that's not even the right prayer. It's, Lord, I forgive that person. That's what it has to be,
Yeah.
So I hear that. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Kino.
Well, I was raised in a religious household. One side was Christian and one side was Buddhist.
Mm-hmm.
So, well,
Interesting.
I'm not excluding. I'm trying to include also that, we shouldn't exclude people who have, and I'm not saying you are. I'm saying,
sure.
There are a lot of similar reigns of the way to think, to where your mind is strong, your heart is strong, your spirit is strong. And, some of the greatest thinkers of humanity are, thousands of years old and weren't any particular religion at all, right? And so I'm just bringing that aspect,
you're right. It's a hard thing. It's not magic words. It's really going from help me to do the thing to just doing the thing. And Monty, it's so good to see you, because I was hearing them talk about somebody that died, and I was glad to hear her emphasize that it wasn't you. So good to see you, Monty. But I am sorry for the person that passed and the people that care about them. And, that's never cool. It's always kind of a drag. When someone dies, you feel bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't want anyone to die. So.
Mm-hmm. I like that, Moose. He says his new saying, "Give me liberty or give me more ammo."
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Freedom seeds for the win. Yeah, absolutely, Carl. Carl says it was never healthy to keep our faces in screens before all of this began. They used to tell us to sit away from the screen. Yeah, exactly. Remember that? Now it's like radiating right by our faces 24/7.
You'll ruin your eyes.
Yep.
Right?
We don't care.
Yeah.
We don't care.
Yeah, Dax Eli's been doing some great stuff.
The beautiful singer left. I got to hear a couple of her songs. Oh my.
Oh yeah, she's amazing. Good night, Avoid. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you coming by.
Good night, Avoid.
Thank you, Kino.
Crab.
I am so excited to hear you were talking about war. I'm like, oh good. Maybe it's an intensity level that I'll be okay at. They're talking about war.
Yeah. Have you been feeling intense, Dee?
Always.
Yep.
People are ready to crawl back into normalcy. And I'm like, no.
Mm-hmm.
No.
I have a question, Dee. Do you see more people waking up, or do you think we're stagnant as a whole? It doesn't have to be a particular topic, but in the last few years, right? Do you see an incline in people that are starting to get it, whether they're being shaken awake or something personally affecting them right now with all the changes in the world?
Where I live, no. I see a couple people, a couple more people, but literally after 3.5 years, it's the same 12 ragamuffins coming to the council The same.
Well said, Carl.
It's the same ones of us that.
Mhm.
Thank you, Carl. You're sweet. But no, I don't. And I just had. I was just listening to somebody talk on and on about Matthew McConaughey for about, I don't know, a long time. And I'm just literally biting my tongue because they read his book Green Light and they're really excited about it. And people are still worshiping actors in movies and sports and academics and their degrees, and I'm just pissed off every day about that, and then I get over it and forgive them and just live my great life. Then I have to go to town and deal with these idealistic people that don't have any common sense anymore and don't care that kids are being openly abused. I mean, they're doing pride disability kids parties now with all this
What?
nanny stuff. Yeah, this week, and the police here are protecting those those people. So my intensity levels off the chart all the time. People can't handle my intensity, and I have to tone it down for my family, and I have to tone it down now for a little bit of YouTube. Sometimes with certain people because we're not in that time anymore, and it was okay then. It was okay when I was getting the shit kicked around out of me every week, and coming out with videos. That was okay for people that I was upset then, but now it's like, whoa, you're too much, or it's like, am I though, or isn't the world?
Well,
Yeah.
I think
I know
that
what
a
you
lot
mean.
of people were waking, or a lot of people. I hate saying waking up because it's overused now, but a lot of people were seeing the hard truths that hey, what they're telling us versus what the evidence points to, what all these stories is saying, it doesn't add up. But it, as soon as things went back to normal enough, they went right back to sleep because that's way more comfortable. It's a cognitive dissonance if they have to, just like
How you view things is how you do things.
Yep.
And
just like some of this whole, the Transformers movement and stuff, like parents who have allowed their children to have, operations that basically sterilize them, are they have to tell themselves that they did what's right. So even if they have evidence right in their face that says this is wrong, and everything that we have supports that this was not the right decision, they will stand by it, because otherwise, like, they can't live with themselves knowing that not only did they support their child in this bad decision, they encouraged it,
Right.
or even more so, they flaunted it as a status symbol.
Right.
Oh, my kid is
That-
this.
yeah.
Oh, my kid is that.
So we have a lot of people,
And we're trying to speak in love. We're not speaking from a place of like, it seems like the enemy took advantage of a vulnerability where at some times people from certain, trauma or life experiences, they don't feel right. And instead of reaching out and, really getting to the root of it and figuring out what's going on, it's been taken advantage of to sterilize a generation or to try to.
But no matter what it is, whether it's that agenda or whatever it is, there's a percentage that's larger than we would like it to be of the population that has to tell themselves that what they have done is right, no matter what it is, whether it's abortion, whether it's this, that, or the other. They have to tell themselves, they have to believe that they were on the right side, or they won't be able to deal with it mentally. And so I feel like there's a portion that no matter how much evidence you give them, it doesn't matter. Like, they're going right back to sleep because they want to be asleep.
And a lot of like normal Joes like that I worked with, they like, they're, they even talk about it, maybe briefly or slightly. They're like, yeah, something might be going down. And but to the day-to-day, they're just trying to, pamper their wives, take them out to dinner, live normal, take care of their kids, send them to school. You know, they just want to get back to normal, and they want to push everything away.
Mhm.
You know,
And then you
And
have
going with
another
the crowd feels normal.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
you have another portion of the population that they do care, but whereas before they were living paycheck to paycheck, now like paycheck to paycheck is a blessing. They're too busy like trying to, because the cost of living has gone up like 120%.
Yeah, and what are they telling us? I mean, are they saying that it's getting better or something ridiculous like that?
Who knows? Oh my gosh. Girl, I thought that was a giant possum. I was like, do you have a possum in your lap?
No, I don't think
So
so
cool.
at all. I'm not into. She's a Jack Russell Dachshund mix. She's my
the
my
brief
oldest
blur.
girl. She's my oldest girl.
Oh, what a
She's
cute
blind and deaf.
Sweet baby.
She hairs and shit. So.
I'm
But she
I
loves
did.
you, my girl. Huh?
We're down here in Louisiana, so we see possums a lot.
Yeah, she does look like that. I know. I see them too. They're good. I don't mind possums as much as but I don't want them as a pet.
That's right.
Yeah,
So,
no.
but
Or
like, I
raccoon.
feel we have a portion of the population that refuses to see the truth, and then we have a portion of the population that sees the truth, but they have to just do what they have to do to keep living. And so it just puts, it's, but I see the trait, we're seeing the same exact markers that we saw in 2019,
The writing on the wall that,
right.
For this election cycle.
We've got, just today there's new headlines about a new virus that's out, and there's malaria, and even though they released all these mosquitoes to fight malaria, turns out malaria is now in an outbreak, and this, that, and the other. Right. Whoops. And then we've got the whole Derek Chauvin case coming back up, where he's wanting it to be brought back up and appealed, and so wouldn't that just be the icing on the cake if he were let go on some bogus reason, and that would be like George Floyd all over again. So
Not to mention the military.
Right.
Starting a second warfighting simulation, like a large scale exercise.
So.
So much to touch on. I didn't even touch on the tech stuff.
I know. I'm like, okay, I'm going to stop now because I don't want to bulldoze.
No, you're fine.
I love it. I'm glad somebody else is. I'm always the ramrod. Stop. And it's just like, But, I try to focus on solutions. I try to do constitutional remedies and just done lots of different things. Just keep trying. I don't think we should be living the same we were living 3.5 years ago. I just don't. I don't think we should. I mean, at least
I'm with you.
Right? Growing your first garden in life or something different, right? Just something.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think everybody, I hope most people know this, but I think it's just that balance, like sometimes we have to just step away and, take some time sometimes. And I don't mean for the long term. Yeah. I just mean, for like mental health, like you've got to be able to remember, and I remember thinking before too, if we're not enjoying the life we have and the freedoms we have, then they've already won. If we're just locking ourselves down, or even if it's in a mindset of locking ourselves into this place of, constant focus, then what are we even fighting for, So there's all sides. And I'm not, I totally, absolutely understand how you feel.
Some of us have a calling. Sometimes, you've just got that calling, and it's like you have to be the watchman. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But it is good to know that you can turn it over to God, that He's the one fighting, and that you just need to be still.
Yep. It is well.
And yeah.
Right.
And it's definitely important to decompress,
Mm-hmm.
I totally agree. And Travis Joe brought up earlier, what are we fighting for? What is it? that makes all these things important to you. And
Right.
for me, it's the next generation. That's why I've
Mhm.
been teaching my kids how to garden and grow a few things. Me and my son have a huge potato crop that we've been working on for a couple of months. It's been great just to teach him and to see his face. He's 22 years old, and he'll look and be like, wow, that is so cool. You know what I
Awesome.
mean? But it's just doing something, like you were saying, just something, like change it up and get it instilled in the next generation. Because frankly, what kind of scares me the most sometimes, which is the opposite balance, but is that some of the idiocy we see right now, those are the people that will be taking care of us when we are old.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And that scares the shit out of me.
I usually try to remind people, our future generation, these are the people that are going to be wiping your ass.
Yes.
You might want to care a little bit more than you do today.
That's
Because
right.
one day you're gonna.
That is so cool that y'all are doing that though, because look, I have concerns, which I mean, I've had these concerns for a while and so far I've been wrong. So hopefully I'm just continuing to be wrong. But look, we've got these massive droughts and record-breaking heat waves happening over in the Midwest. And we've got droughts happening in the middle, the heartland of the United States. We've got flooding over in the eastern. So like all of the farmland of the United States is kind of going through a rough time right now, whether it's, between too much water or not enough water or too much heat or not, and that's not just affecting the crop that's in right now. It's also affecting the next crop if they can or cannot plant the next crop. And this all just happens to be coinciding around the time that, all this stuff is coming out about clinically grown lab meats and they can make they can make fake food that looks just like real food and you just don't even know. And they can make mRNA, on lettuce now, and they've got this new Apeel, APEEL spray that they put right now. It's just on avocados, but watch for it because it also has the mRNA in it, and like just touching it is toxic.
It's from Bill and Melinda, and that should tell you everything you need to know.
Yep.
And that the effects of what's in this food.
Good night, Monty. Sorry, good night, Monty. Thanks for being here. It's really good to see you.
Night,
it's
Monty.
not just on the food, it's in the food. So like the results can be made from it's topical. Like it like it could be absorbed through the skin, but we're consuming it.
So either, I'm like, okay, so either we're going to have a food shortage, or if we don't have a food shortage, then where is this food coming from? And like, what, I have concerns. I challenge you to go and, if you're not shopping in the fresh produce, which that's hard to keep, that you can't keep that, you can't store that unless you're canning it. But if you're shopping unless you're shopping in the fresh produce, go look at your boxes. Most of them now say, contains bioengineered or, products.
Bioengineered food ingredients. That's what it says.
That's right.
And they're horrible.
So many people trust Sam's Club, and I'm not knocking anybody that trusts Sam's, but I'm saying that Sam's is where I noticed it first. And they have such a limited selection. It's like, well, do you want this one or this one?
Dangerous freedom, Garrett. Love it.
So point being, I'm sorry I'm long-winded, but point being, it's going to be really good to know how, because we're going to have enough against us between the stuff that's in the air, the stuff that's, look, they've said that they found forever chemicals in rainwater. Do you know what that means? That means that anything you are growing, you cannot escape it. That means that anything that
incredible is me. I like it.
Anything that you
go,
I'm drinking. Anything you eat that is drinking rainwater is going to be contaminated with these forever chemicals. I have allergies to to certain metals. And so like my skin condition gets worse and worse just because, and anyway, I can go on and on, but, just it's good. We're going to have enough against us between the weather and the stuff that's in the air and in the water. Having to get over the learning curve of how to plant and grow a garden is going to be hard enough, let alone with all these other added difficulties.
Yeah, people, you know what I was thinking, I saw somebody talking about it. Oh, Doug and Stacy the other day, she was talking about how she does the microgreens in the winter. And that's really
Hey,
something
Algo.
that's
Hold on
good.
1 second, Dee. Algo, thank you so much for coming by. I appreciate you coming here, and I really love your channel and love what you do. So thanks for coming by, and I hope it works out another time for you to come up on panel and hang out.
And we're still chit-chatting. We're not, I don't think I'm shutting it down this second.
Oh, no.
In
Keep
the
going.
middle of my sentence.
No. Absolutely not.
But she might have when I'm done. I don't know. She's been on for a while, but she does some
Yeah,
long
I will actually have to go. I know. I will actually have to go in a little bit, but I was not cutting you off. Keep going, Dee.
I
Just wanted to say
know.
that.
These of them, because I
Right?
can. Yeah.
Another log added. There you go, Doug.
Yeah, there we go. One more log. Yeah, the GMO thing. I saw that comment. Somebody was saying they don't want us to fear GMOs. I think it's more the mRNA, and there's some GMOs. I understand there were some things that were bred to be, or not bred, but hybrid, right? To be insect resistant and this kind of stuff. I don't think that's the thing that we're most afraid of. I'm not afraid of anything really, but I'm cautious, and I've always been shopping locally for my produce and my meat and my dairy for a long time. Now my canned goods and frozen stuff, it's like whatever, That I can get that at Winco. I can get that at Safeway. But for a long 28 years I've been in Humboldt County, I've gone to the health food store for my produce. So, and not the farmer's market necessarily. I just, that's an extra trip to town for me. I don't go to town a lot. I should. I want to get better at all of that. But yeah, if these are the little changes, if people aren't already doing certain things, everybody's got to start from a different place. So
yeah,
that's right.
Well, and it's not that, I do realize that there's benefits to it, but that's just it. Like, just like modern pharmaceuticals, like I understand that pharmaceutical medicine is effective. What I'm saying is that somewhere between, just herbal remedies, pharmaceuticals, and then, the middle point being pharmaceuticals that work, and then the other end of it being pharmaceuticals that have maybe been a little bit tampered with. So now that they have, they cause just as many problems as they cure, whether it be addiction, whether it be, your thyroid works better, but now you've got this issue, so it's just, I know that there's benefits. It's when we go beyond the benefits into tampering where I'm like, okay, well, that's crossing the line.
We're a nation of guinea pigs. And there's a problem when in the top 3 of profitable ventures in the country is big pharma. Then there's a freaking problem, right?
Well, that's just like you were saying, we're guinea pigs. I mean, they sell us food and ingredients here that is banned in a lot of other countries.
Right.
And the thing is, I knew that years ago. Like most of us knew that, right? So how did we just continue to allow it to happen? Like that right there tells me that it's been happening longer than they told us.
I didn't. Well, adulteration's been going on for a long time, but the level in this country, and you want to know why you see the cancer rates, the obesity rates, much less attention deficit
blood
and learning
sugar.
disorder.
It's
been well known and documented that food coloring, certain dyes, they negatively affect
sugar,
cognitive functions. Some even affect your ability to defend yourself from diseases or sicknesses.
Hey, Bonnie.
Hi, y'all. How are you doing?
Yeah, hi, Bonnie.
That's good.
I just came back. Yeah, I wasn't at my computer, and then I came back to the thing, and I was like, "There's another person here. Who's that?" And I'm the only one on screen. What the heck? Weirdos. That's it. No more. Not gonna be all your entertainment.
We know you were the one with the big balls.
Right. Hey, DA. Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Hey, did Devil Dog get up here at all tonight?
No, he didn't. He was in the chat for a bit, though.
I saw
Might
him.
still be lurking somewhere.
Yeah, he might be.
So I was listening to y'all's conversation as I was coming in, and that's a pretty interesting conversation. And so, a good idea is to talk to your mayor, your whoever, and see any kind of emergency preparedness, what is set up, what's available.
Mhm.
In that way, is there, there's some things that they may not be talking about, like if food is stored somewhere, they probably would not give that location so people wouldn't break into it. But as far as like medical, who's going to be the medical if
Mhm.
anything happens, fuel, and is it long term? Is it 3 days? Is it 3 weeks? Is it 3 months? What's the stability of going on? And that you can check all locally and see who has local products that they are willing to sell, trade, whatever.
I think that's a really good point, supporting local.
Yeah.
Making those connections now, that's a really good.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes, because
Voting with our dollars,
Yes.
Mhm. A lot of really great conversation in the chat here too. Yeah, I agree. We're literally in the fight for our lives and for the lives of our kids and our future.
yes, and
Mhm.
that's, we have to pass all of that down. Anything that we're learning here, pass it down.
Mhm. Learn all the skills now while we still can. Yeah. And print out information, make yourself a binder of things
I was
things
just
you
gonna
need to
say that.
have.
I'm like, write things down. We need to bring back the art of writing things
Yes.
down.
Agreed.
I journal everything.
Mhm.
It's not
If you can't hold it, you don't have it.
Yep.
it's not in order, but it's written down. They'll have a hard time finding it. I need to organize.
I've gotten to the point and my kids like this because my son is getting to the age now where he likes to cook and so I'll write down recipes and tape them to the inside of the cabinet doors. So whenever, if he wants to make something, he can just open up the cabinet door and here's biscuits, here's pancakes, here's, whatever. And
Oh, that's a great idea.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh, I'll bet my husband wishes I would do that for him.
Yeah,
Yes.
only analog will save us from the digital control grid.
Oh, yes. But you still have to tell the analog what you got in your fridge. But, there's all kinds of apps for that. Shoot, you just could put into any search engine what you got in your fridge, and some great recipe is going to pop up.
Dang.
But it's probably going to have sugar in it, and sugar is the devil. You know that. Right, Virginia Roots? You know that sugar's the devil. The devil.
Absolutely. And
The
refined
gateway.
carbs turn into sugar in your brain. Essentially, they convert. They hit the same receptors.
Mhm.
Your white bread,
Yeah.
things like that.
I mean, that is where the decline of American health, that is where they attribute most of it to, the diabetes, the white bread, the white flour, the white sugar. You whiteys. You whiteys.
The food pyramid
Cindy.
is upside down in a lot of ways. Hey, Cindy.
Hey, Hawk.
Good
Hi,
to see you.
Cindy.
And Hawk, yeah. Mhm.
That's a good idea.
Good idea, Hawk. Back up the information that you have. Mhm. Right.
And another thing,
One person can't know everything. And that's where it's good to have connections, even if it's just within your family, if it's friends. I mean, I know we all have friends, and if you can just, you know, what do you know? If they know something you don't know, then
Good night, ducks.
make that connection. Keep it. It's not like you have to overload your brain with all of this. That's why it's so important connecting with people, actual people.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, even though this community has been such a massive help for me, but it's still, hey, Cindy, and thank you, Annie Jack. um, it's just, I have friends. My high school friend, she's canon, she's doing all this stuff, and she gives me stuff that she didn't have room for, and I'm so thankful for that. But they're out there if you just start talking to people,
Mm-hmm.
and then you
I'll
realize
go. Thank you for being here.
there's
Sorry, go
more
ahead,
doing
Bonnie.
this than we thought, really and truly. And that's
Mm-hmm.
my son did a surprise visit yesterday to me for my birthday, and he said, "Mom, I'm at a processing plant. Do not worry about meat." And I said, "Okay," because that's what I've been worrying about. And if your freezer goes out, can it or
Mm-hmm.
dehydrate it or
Yes.
dry it in the oven, whatever you got to
Yeah.
do, to save it. Don't let it just sit there and rot. It's too expensive. If anybody's like me, every penny counts.
Yeah, I think canning has been one of the skills I've used the most so far, that I've learned over the last couple years. Dee, you were a big part of that. Thank you.
I've never canned a thing in my life. I watched Virginia Roots make ghee though when we watched some
Oh, yeah.
canning streams, but
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Devil Dog
I've
did some
still
great
got about
ones.
a dozen pints of it. I love it. I love
Yeah.
and I agree with Indy. I think that's been one of the skills I've learned in the last 3 years that I've used the most. And I see
Mm-hmm.
the benefit the most. Even if sometimes you don't get a chance to get to dinner or you're not feeling good, you've got spaghetti sauce on the shelf that you made yourself. You've got a beef
Right.
stew, or you've got some kind of soup, or something. You
Mm-hmm.
crack that
Love an
open, it's
anti.
still a homemade meal, and that's a
Yeah.
good feeling.
That's why
Oh,
D
you were
Dog does all
canning.
the
You
Right,
canned more
Elko?
than ghee.
Oh yeah,
Teasing.
yeah. Beans, meats. We've done a lot of
And it's
canning.
so important not to panic. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Don't feel rushed. Don't panic, because if you do that, then you're going to slip up somewhere. And it's just stay
Right.
calm. I mean, we're all God fearing as far as I know, and just keep that faith no matter what.
That's right.
Oh, hey, guess what? I was watching you guys. If anybody wants to live on a commune in Northern California, there's an episode on Kirsten Dirksen's latest one. If you don't know her, I'll spell her name for you. That's the name of her channel, Kirsten Dirksen. And I'm serious, this guy, it was just within the last couple weeks. He's got a whole thing going on the right. He's 15 miles south of the Oregon border. But you got to be a country bumpkin. Not everybody can live like that. No, it's not in Humboldt. It's in Siskiyou County. It's in Siskiyou
Oh,
County.
I thought you were inviting us all to your place.
I know, right? I was going to say, are you starting up a commune?
I just got rid of all my tenants. No, thank you.
Right?
That ain't my dream at all. That ain't my dream at all. No, I love y'all, but I don't want to live with any of you.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Oh, wow.
And believe me, you don't want to live with me either. I'm a bitch. So. Y'all know that anyway. Oh, thank you, Kino. Kino. Oh, Kino.
We're
Right?
all
Oh, Dee, I
so
need
Always
excited.
on top of it.
What, some
You
bitch?
could get a
They
hold of
are.
my kids. Oh yeah, you could get a hold of my kids, and you can love it. You can pop that right out there.
Mhm.
They
Yeah,
need
I
that
don't know
mother.
about, too cold. He probably does get some. Say that again in Sesame Street Swedish voice. By saying, I love you all, but I don't want to live with any of you. I can't do an accent. Come on. I love you all, but I don't want to live with a single one of you. None of you. I can do the one lady. I'll get you, you little pretty, and your little doggy too. That's the only one I can really. Which
Oh, you guys are cracking me up. Thank you for that.
there you are. I was wondering if you were still here. Wasn't there a girl up there? I thought there was a girl up there. Where'd the girl go?
She's
Oh, I
there.
mean,
Tiff.
I know that's not a girl. I know that's the dude. I'm not even left. Come back.
I mean,
I'm
yeah,
offended.
things get confusing these days sometimes, but
No, you just don't know sometimes. You got to be very clear.
It was me.
Him and me in
I
the
was
bar,
the one-
big dogs.
I was
Naughty
the one
Cindy.
blabbing earlier.
Like Cindy.
Oh, your woman was there or no?
Right?
What?
So true, Algo.
Was his woman there or no?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what it-
We
It was
I-
his woman. Ah,
yeah. there's-
I
you
believe
guys
her
were
name's
fooling me. Oh,
Here's hoping. I like that link, Landon.
I just saw it come across my screen and I was like, hold up, what?
and then what happens?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right?
Well, I have been seeing a lot of
Rolling.
articles about that today, and I was telling somebody, okay, they're going to get rid of them. Obviously, then what? Then it
Right.
should go to McCarthy. But what if they slip somebody in? Remember Ford?
Mhm.
I remember Ford and what happened there. Just saying,
Actually,
never know.
I don't. When I was born, Carter was president. What happened with Ford? Can you tell us?
Yeah, I don't remember either.
Yeah, I don't.
They just put who they wanted to in.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. No, I think we're going to see stuff amp up all the way, until the next cycle, the next election cycle. It's just going to, every
Mhm.
single day, there's a barrage of propaganda straight up.
It's like multiple things that are happening every day,
Yeah.
From every angle.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where guard your hearts,
Yes.
guard your eyes, guard your ears, because they are definitely like it's an emotional attack. Excuse me, I have to cough. They're coming at it from an emotional standpoint because a house divided cannot stand. And so, I'm seeing an uptick in the anti-cop, videos again, and it's hard to see because, of course there are cops out there that are not good, that are abusing their power. Nobody likes to see that. But by and large, like, to think that the answer is to not have cops or that every cop is bad, I can't relate to that or subscribe to that.
Right, no.
And so but I'm seeing an uptick in the amount of videos that are anti-cop. Mix that, like we were talking earlier with the Chauvin stuff. We're seeing an uptick in the LGBTQIQ plus.
And a lot of violence with that.
Yep, and the shows and the kids, so like I don't know.
I mentioned the streets of Philadelphia or Boston or
San Fran is a shithole. Yep.
Something has taken over the streets, and
I don't know if y'all saw, but there's this one trans person who was born a biological male and transitioned to a female, and I don't remember when he's either going to receive ovaries and a uterus, or has already received ovaries and a uterus. But either way, their goal is to become the first trans person to become pregnant and abort the baby.
Oh, stop.
Nope,
Oh
no,
my
I'm dead
goodness.
serious.
That's
That is
true.
I
That's
think at
Oh.
this point they haven't had any procedures done, from what I heard.
right.
But
And
that's their goal.
See,
is-
okay, but see, like that
that's not gonna
story,
work.
though, you have to think. I mean, I don't know. To me, it's like that. To me, I feel like that has to be something that was orchestrated somehow. You know what I mean? Like
well, I
that's
have to,
too grotesque and perfect to
right. I know.
divide
Like
and cause. You
I
know what I
have to
mean?
hold
Cause a
out
reaction
hope.
we all just had.
Did
I
they
have to
find
hold
a
out
true
hope.
hermaphrodite? Because it is rare, but they are out there. Are they using
Mm-hmm.
a true hermaphrodite?
I
It
don't.
seems to be a biological male
Right,
who's
and
going to have surgery. He says in the video, we could look it up, where he said he's going to have the full surgery done
Oh.
with ovaries and eggs, and that was his overall.
Mm.
But I
you
have
think
to hold
To
out.
me,
a
I think
man
that just has
doesn't
to be someone. I think that has to be someone who has been, I don't, MK Ultra. We know what that is. I mean, I think that has to be someone who's been influenced. I don't think there's any other way that that person would actually just choose that as, you know what I'm saying, on their own without being driven to that.
right that but they don't have the what are they gonna plug into? Do you
Right.
understand? I mean, they don't have what we have. And they can't create it. I don't see how they can create it. It's not doable.
I have to hold out hope that there would be safe. You know what I mean? Like, do sperm banks have any type of like, what are your intentions with this child? Or, you know what I mean? Like, surely they would not allow you to create life just with the sole purpose of intentions to destroy it. Right. And like, I
You'd
have
hope
to
not.
hold,
You have
I have
tried.
to hold out hope that that's not going to be a reality. But I encourage everybody to pray for that person, because pray for the same peace for them that you want for yourself. Because
I hadn't
it's
seen that, Cindy.
Yeah, that's supposed to happen the 26th. 8 hours of no power is what
Just in Kansas,
in
Fort Riley, in Kansas. Yeah, I'll have to find out more about that. Thank you, Cindy. And Garrett, yeah, I did hear about that. The person that had been, they said at first it was someone who'd been, what was it, like paddleboarding?
Paddleboarding, yeah.
Yeah, and then it turns out it was the Obama's chef that drowned.
I have a video of him swimming laps in different styles. I literally just came across it.
Oh, Cindy.
And it says, I'll share a link. It says, let me read. Obama's chef who drowned while paddleboarding in an 8-foot deep pond by Obama's home was a decent swimmer. This is from his Instagram. If y'all want the link, I can share it.
But yet,
would one of you be able to pull up this link that Anti dropped to share?
Yeah, I can pull it up.
Thank you. But go ahead. Sorry, Landon and Bonnie.
And something he was saying that he still didn't learn how to swim. So if you didn't know how to swim, why would you go boarding in the ocean of all places? Maybe a pool.
I'm trying to find a shorter link.
Anti dropped the link of the video we were talking about.
I have it, but
yeah, pretty much, Travis. I mean, I think we have to we know we've been lied to about so many things.
Yes.
I'm kind of trying to filter everything at this point, within reason.
Have you noticed there's more history, like old history channels coming out now, like on YouTube or just on Facebook? In my feed, I'm seeing just some more. Like today, I shared something of a rolling sidewalk in Paris. You guys ever see that old footage of Paris?
Yeah.
Incredible stuff. I mean, it's just a lot of really.
And that was like
stuff.
right around the turn of the century, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, exactly, Carl. That's one of the theories out there. It's not the first time this has happened, you know?
No.
There's a lot of evidence that it's a cycle.
And I have seen more history stuff coming up. And what was over Texas last night? Has anybody found?
No, what was it?
Everyone.
Maybe I'll go.
So we have a neighbors page on Facebook, and there's like 60 people that have been commenting about this thing that was in the sky and put out some kind of smoke. It was just like sitting in front of the moon where they could see it. And
really?
Yeah.
Did you see video of it though?
I haven't seen a video. They took a picture and it just looks like a bright light. Because you know how it is when you try to take a picture.
Yeah, the moon. Doesn't work well unless you got a telescope or something, I guess.
Yeah. But I mean that many people saw it. I didn't get to see it. I wasn't outside at that time, but
there's probably something CGI anyway.
Well, 60 different people in my community saw it.
Well, I mean, they can throw lights up in the sky, I'm saying. You know what I mean?
True.
They can throw lights up in the sky in hologram fashion and make it look like aliens are coming down, and they can make anything look like anything in the sky. We've got little lasers that kind of do stuff. Imagine what they have. We've seen stuff, haven't we? What they do?
A video on YouTube.
Do I need to refresh this? All right, I think I need to refresh this to get it to play. I don't have to mute, right?
I don't know what the hell to make of this. I really and truly.
Okay, let me know if there's an echo here.
You don't.
Okay.
Those of you, please try raising in the comments.
First trans woman to have a successful uterus transplant, ovaries and eggs included, and I want to be the first trans woman to have an abortion. I will let a doctor who has successfully transplanted a uterine complex before cut the organs out of a willing, healthy, transmasculine donor, place them in my body. I will devote myself, heart and soul, to their aftercare. I will have as much gay sex as it takes with as many trans women as it takes, and let the transphobes and homophobes scratch their heads wondering what to make of it. And I want to be the first trans woman to have an abortion.
I don't know what the hell to make of this. I really and truly don't. Those of you, please try not to go too crazy in the comments.
First trans woman.
Oh, my goodness, you guys. I assume you could hear it. I didn't hear anyone say echo.
No, we could hear it.
Okay. Yeah, I am I'm sweating. Like I'm speechless.
Gross.
I don't get like disgusted like at the core very easily, but that did it. I don't know what to say. I mean, I don't know.
That's nauseating.
Yeah.
God, we need you now.
Exactly. That's exactly what I thought, Bonnie.
The whole thought process is so warped. And how I don't understand how it's legal. The whole thought process in this.
But you got to think, like, these are not people. It is a spirit, and they are just trying to invert what God does. So God creates life. God created man and woman. And so they're just trying to literally invert all of that. You know, this person was born a man, has themselves, not through God, through themselves become a woman, through man become a woman. And then to create life, to destroy it, it's all just inversion.
Right. The upside down.
Yeah, they do.
And I mean, that is still a person. I mean, I understand what you're saying,
Right.
because I do think that there's, there can be demon possession. I mean, we know about that, but also there can be, satanic influence and demonic influence, whichever way you want to talk about that. But it is still a person that's there too,
Absolutely.
And
I'm sorry. I miscommunicated. What I meant is the ideals, the influence is not like from the person. This is like,
right. Yeah.
wounds and whispers and doors that have been opened that let things in, and this is people trying to deal with those wounds themselves rather than giving it to Christ.
Oh, so many doors, honey. And that's the thing, is that we're dumbed down. We're really dumbed down. 30 years ago, how long? 28 years ago, whatever, when I first started learning about Jesus and got saved, and we talked about demons, we talked about spiritual stuff, we talked about predators, and now it's just like, it's the most when people are hearing about demons and angels, it's all TV and shows. It's not biblical, and they're opening themselves up in all kinds of ways that are very dangerous. I'm not an overly I don't get all weirded out about a lot of things, but I do take the Bible very literally. And demon possession is a real thing. And a lot of these people, you see them. I mean, it's not just drugs on the streets in Humboldt. Some people, they're stuck in a moment in time. Their mind is broken and they need to be freed. And they look possessed to me. I've done it. I've driven by and been like, Jesus, please free him. And trying to believe from a distance. I don't have the faith. Like, I'm going to walk up to someone and free, if God put it on my heart to do it, I would do it. But it's just like, we don't have that mindset. The world's mindset of demons and angels is so watered down, and we're just not like, there's a special verse I love, and I'll yield after this, but it says, be careful for when you entertain strangers, for some have entertained angels unaware.
I was just reading that earlier today, and it says that to entertain strangers, because people in doing so
right. I'm sorry, I misquoted.
Entertained
You're right. Yeah,
unawares.
That's correct. Yes, thank you. Yep.
But also, so like, in
Mm-hmm.
that situation, where you're confronted, it like, you do right, because it has to be in love. Like, if we approach people in which I'm guilty of, I've done it before, because it feels like a righteous anger, but
I've noticed that too, Cindy.
It has to be in love, or else we're only sending them further away from the kingdom. And
everyone's Christianed out. Everyone is Christianed out. They've been gimmicked out. They've been hustled. They've been abused. Some sexually. Some, it's bad. It's
I know, but
that's what I was going to say. When I see someone like that, I think, what have they experienced that's then brought them to that place? And
we know. Absolutely, but
not as an excuse, but as a a way of even understanding how that can happen.
Right.
What I think, what I think to tell the people like that is like, I know that you have that you reject any type of spirituality because of a bad experience with religious people. But listen, I don't know, like, religious people are still people. We are still bonded to sin unless through Christ. And so, like, why, like, Jesus, religious people killed Jesus, like, they were not kind to Jesus. So don't reject him because religious people have rejected you. Like, everybody has.
They need to know there's a real Jesus, and there's a lot of imposter Jesuses that people say they love, and then they go molesting a child, and that is really hard. There are some people, they will never they'll never walk into a church again, and that's fair, or unless by God, it will take an act of God, and I believe for God who He says He is, and He can do that. But there's a lot of obstacles for people. I love my church. I'm part of my church, but there's a lot of things I don't like about my church. So, but I go there to serve. I go there to serve, and I go there to protect kids. And, I think that church is a good place for us to start as patriots to find each other again. It's a great place for us to start.
Yeah.
I read
I'm really
these-
fast. I wanted to say CT. I know that they've done that in the past. I haven't seen that for a long time or heard of that happening, but I know there were verses that if you type them in, they would automatically be deleted. So it's possible.
I just got the same thing, Cyber. And to what Tiff was saying, I don't know. I was reading a bunch of stuff over here on the side, and I don't think Tiff was trying to say that like they're possessed, because it's like, especially when you're turned over, because God said that He would turn them over to a reprobate mind. And I mean, I could look for the scripture, but like a person like this that has gone to this level at this time, He's given them over to their own thinking, and so like. So there is straight up demonic possession, which can, like, you think about, and what we've seen in the movies, like she was saying, is not biblical, but entertaining a spirit is like, people, I mean, around Christmas time, people will be like, where's your Christmas spirit? Like it can be a lot easier than what people think,
Right. For instance, okay, the song earlier, how many, like that, the song can instantly change your mood from, you could be happy and then boom, into a sad song, right? Like that's kind of inviting.
Oh, for sure, honey. And
if you invite that spirit and you entertain it, then like you can have emotional responses and reactions. And music is very powerful in that. And I was told by a wise man when I was really young, who happened to be a musician. He said to be careful of music, because it has that power. It does have a power, because we live in the universe, which when you break it down just means a single spoken sentence. And we know who spoke that, so it's all based off of frequency and sound. That's actually how it all got started.
That's correct.
The words have power. The words have power.
One single spoken sentence.
Spelling. Yeah, the spelling. People are casting. Newscasters. Look, we've all been under the spells for a long time. I know I have. I know I have.
Thing we teach our kids at school with letters and words is spelling.
Right.
I love that. I'll go in anti.
The word cursive.
May I read this verse? I saw somebody type it in chat.
Or demonetized. Demonetized.
Am I muted?
No,
you're not. I heard you.
Go ahead, Bonnie.
Okay, this is Deuteronomy 30:19. I call heaven and earth as witnesses today against you, that I have set before your life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both you and your descendants may live. That's a good one.
Yeah, amen. That's a good
one.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Bonnie. I hadn't heard you. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you were
Choose
fine.
life. Choose life.
Right.
Amen.
I was alluding to earlier about, we cannot dwell in the fear. We cannot dwell in the doom porn. We cannot do that to our own hearts and minds. Choose life, your life, or it's going to be over, and you were just scared the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't imagine living in fear. I you know what this last 3 years has taught me is that people are a lot more afraid than I am, and I'm not trying to be a braggart or anything, because it's hard to deal with sometimes, because I'm, the fear is just very to change and live constitutionally, to not register and do the license and ask permission from this government, from everything. There's a lot of people and I haven't done it yet either. I'm not saying I have, but I'm saying once I start to see that direction where the truth is, I'm going that direction. Like I did do the PMA thing, and I am trying different things, and I just can't see continuing in slavery. I've read the words that told me I have a right to travel. I'm not a commercial driver. Why in the world are we doing this? We're funding it because we're afraid. We don't want to go to jail. It's really what it gets down to. That's what I've noticed about the last 3 years. Even people that know the truth are not willing to live in it. And that to me is the heartbreak. Because this government is satanic and evil, and we shouldn't be funding it in any way. And if we learn our laws and what is really right and true, we outnumber them. We outnumber them.
IndependentMany united.
That's right. Here we are.
All right. I have always wondered, what does your name mean, Indy? Like, I've never asked you why did you choose that?
Okay, well,
what is
okay, well, if you really want to know.
Yes,
I do too. I don't know, but I kind of thought I had an idea.
Yeah, but still,
So
I know.
Okay. All right. So back at I say at the beginning for me, it was like, most of you know my story somewhat at least. And it was, 2019, 2020, right around there. And, I was had never really been interested in politics or been paying close attention. And I definitely think I was behind a veil. But I was starting to ask questions and to see, things that were making me wonder about things I'd heard about Trump. And I was just curious what people were drawn to him for. I started seeing his rallies and stuff, and it made me curious. And so I started looking into what I knew about him, which was that he was a racist and a misogynist. And so I started looking into some of that. And anyway, I don't need to go into all the detail about that, but that was one of the things I was waking up to. And then also everything that happened with George Floyd and then BLM. And at the same time, I'd just seen a documentary about child, sexual abuse and called Out of Shadows.
Yeah.
And that had really woken me up to a lot of truths and more questions. And it was kind of like a compilation of all those things, and COVID and all of that. I mean, that was all kind of happening right around the same time. And it was just really overwhelming at first. And, I didn't have much support, I'll put it that way, because most of the people, and I know V can relate, and D, you too, like I'm in a very liberal area. So most of the people that I know were really, latching on to the mainstream narrative very tightly. And I started to see that push back. And so that was hard, but it was also a big wake up call. So anyway, it was during all of that time that I actually had a vision. And it's something that I've had before. It's always been about like really weird, trivial things that seem very trivial, like a lost set of keys. I mean, like really random things. But I have had visions in the past, and I also have had dreams that are visions. But so the vision, when I have a vision, and I know some of you can relate, but when I have a vision, it's like something that happens in a split second, like almost like a dream. Time doesn't matter anymore. But for me, everything goes black, and there's like one very clear image that's there, and it's it's like a thought in your head. That's how quick it is. So the vision that I had was of me standing with my arms out to the side and my hands were up, like I was saying stop, but I was just surrounded by masses of angry mobs just yelling and screaming. And then I thought, I mean, like I said, this all happened super, super fast. But and I had the next thought I had was, well, that's not really how it would be, because I know there were people, I already had found people on here, and and at that time a lot in the election integrity chats that I knew were of like minds. And so I thought, well, there'd be more of us. And so it was like a smaller group, like maybe 15 of us standing together with our arms out to the sides. And there were still, it was still overwhelming, these masses of, left and right, red and blue, however you want to say it. I knew it was representative of that, yelling at us. And then I thought, well, that's not right either. And it became like a feeling of peace. And it was this huge mass of all of us, whatever we call ourselves, liberal, conservative, progressive, independent, whatever. It was a huge mass of us in the middle who do actually share a lot of the same core values and beliefs in what we want. And then it was these extreme, small groups on the extreme left and right, and they were no longer, they didn't have any impact on us because there were more of us and we were more powerful. And all of that happened in, just like I said, like a split second. But right around that time, I started to get on YouTube and put my name out there, and I chose the name IndependentMany, and then it became IndependentMany United. And I wanted something that I hoped people would eventually see. That's the direction I think we need to go. We need to be uniting, and I knew already that they were trying to divide us. So there you go. That's the story of my name. And also of my logo, which kind of represents that, if you know.
Yeah, no, I see it now. Yeah, that's a great story.
It is. It's perfect.
Very cool. I love it.
Bringing people together.
Yeah. And I'm grateful for all of you who have been doing that too, and sharing information, and all of you that I've learned from, during this too, because I mean, I've stayed sane. If I'm still sane, I've stayed that way in a large part because of a lot of you, so I know, and I know that's true for a lot of people out there too. We've been each other's support when we haven't necessarily had that at home, or we haven't, the support systems we had in place fell through during all of this,
Yeah,
so
for sure.
we're stronger together.
Amen.
That's the truth.
Amen.
Anyway.
I love
Thanks for letting me-
Algorithm's comment. 90% of people just want to be left alone. The other 10% make life challenging.
Right.
True.
Truth.
Yeah.
They say
No,
life
we definitely
is,
have a tribe.
they say life is 10% of what happens to you and 90% of how you react as well.
Yeah.
Wherever they are, I don't know.
Aw,
True.
thanks, Doug.
They're probably
Very
good
true.
people. They're probably the good guys. Right?
And it's funny how we need each other, though. I mean, each person has something, and that we've all gone through this together, and now we can be comfortable enough together to share our frustrations, or to cry on each other's shoulder, or whatever we need to do to get through it. We're all going to have those days where it's like, okay, this is overwhelming. I don't know what to do anymore. I just can't do it anymore. And so we have all this support here with all these people, that's what keeps me sane. And of course, my faith is where I get my peace, but still at the same time, we all have those moments when it just feels like it's just too much.
Yeah.
I've got the 3 girls living with me, and each one of them has their pain. And
It's a wrench, Doug. Sorry. There's a wrench on the left and then the flag on the right.
Oh, I've never noticed the wrench.
I didn't either.
I've always noticed the red. Well, she was one of the first golden wrenchies I ever noticed. Actually, 3.5 years ago, girl had a wrench in every room I was in.
Yeah, and then I get lazy now because others started modding more like Anti and Kino, and I don't mod like that very much, but I do a lot still behind the scenes, connecting people, putting out fires.
Yeah, a lot of people have been left alone. COVID did that, where we were isolated, and I've noticed that. I think it's been hard for our culture here in Humboldt. We're finally back to, I would love to say, normal. There's people that feel like we're back to normal, and it looks normal, and it's, for the most part, it feels normal, but it, for me, always feels like the other shoe's going to drop.
Yeah.
And when. But
Yep,
I
and there's so many angles that it's lined up to drop from, whether it's economic, whether it's contamination of some
I'll
type,
email you.
whether it's
Right.
food.
DEWs, they're going to burn us down here. I can tell you right now. Probably going to get my ass fried out here. I'm in California between Santa Rosa and freaking Paradise, okay? Literally right in between those two. So that's my guess if I had to, then what else could happen? I mean, just who knows? Poison, anthrax, whatever. It could be
Right.
endless. It's endless possibilities. God help us all. Protect us
Right,
all.
like we've all just totally forgotten about East Palestine, like
Yeah.
we've yet to see what the consequences of all that junk into the water
It's
is
going
going to
in the
be.
Mississippi. It's going all the way down in the Mississippi.
So,
And there's
like,
another one too that happened last
right,
week.
there've been countless. So we've yet to see what the long-term effects of this is going to be.
I
I'm
think
sure.
that's kind of why a lot of the psyops have been working, is they hit us with so much at once. Your brain can only take so much. Like you're saying, we all forgot about East Palestine. That was not that long ago.
No,
Yeah.
it wasn't. It was in
You know,
February.
we
Are you
rolled
done,
through this
neighbor?
data really quick.
Good to see you.
Like, it has to be. Do you remember when Hurricane Katrina happened? That was like the news for a month for
Right.
everybody.
Yeah.
Okay. It didn't matter where you were. That's what you were hearing about. At least an update for a solid month, if not 3 months.
In
All right.
1994, we from therein spent 2.5 years watching OJ. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
One dude. That was
Okay.
it.
And now,
Good to see Kelly.
now it's like we have a generation. I worry that we're like, there's a generation that is literally addicted to large scale events.
Yeah.
Like,
Hmm.
I worry that there's a generation that would like create chaos just out of boredom.
They're desensitized.
There's no,
Look at the streets of Chicago.
Yeah.
like, okay,
Good night, Algo.
we
Good
need
night,
to be
Algo. Thanks for
teaching
being
our
here.
kids when like how to identify when you're under spiritual attack and how to combat that. But that's kind of even unheard of now. But like, just even emotional intelligence, just teaching our kids how to identify, hey, you're angry, take a minute, take a breath, count to 10 and let's talk. These kids are not taught any of that, so they throw a tantrum and the parents do what they want because they don't want to cause a scene. And now 20 years later, these kids are now grown adults who can go purchase weapons and have a temper tantrum, and that, among other things that I won't go into, are we're starting to see.
Good night, Firefly. Good night,
But
CT.
I'll say this too. That's one thing. The enemy has an easy job. The enemy does not need you. Satan does not need you to worship him. He only needs you to not actively be not be seeking out God and Jesus, to not be worshiping Christ. And so all this self-love, that's out there, you're loving yourself right out of your future. You're loving yourself out of finding a good partner because you love yourself so much you're not going to compromise with somebody. You're loving yourself instead of loving Christ. And so, and then, I'm sorry, I'm really bad at quoting it because I get the words jumbled up, but something there is a scripture that says that looks are deceiving, looks beauty fades and charm is deceitful. But a good woman,
I think it's who can stand before jealousy after that. Isn't it who can stand before jealousy after that?
And
or what was her point? I thought
A
that
good
was
woman is worth a weight in rubies.
Yep.
Oh,
and then, okay. I'm going to say one last thing and then I will get off of my soapbox. And I don't mean this in a preachy way. I really mean it out of love, because it was just so changing for me when I started, doing it, that I want to share it. Like, I used to really struggle with getting overwhelmed a lot, and I still do, I'm not going to lie. But it's nowhere near as bad as it used to be. And, we're called to be in the world, but not of the world. But that gets hard when you're in the rat race, when when you're at work, when you're on the road. It gets challenging. And so, like, when I feel overwhelmed, for me, this part's silly, but for me, I picture myself on the moon, and I'm praying, like, I'm in prayer, and it's just me and God there. Like, none of my problems are there. It just puts it into perspective that, like, most of my worries, most of my stresses are tied to the world. Um, and we get world, WHIRRLED, in the world. And so, like, if you can just remember to just focus on God and leave your problems in the world, and stay in the spirit, it really helps with the overwhelming feeling.
Yes.
All right,
You are
so
what you watch. Yeah, you are what you watch and hear, aren't you? It depends
what?
we are what we watch and hear. So
Yep.
it depends it's great advice, but if people are sitting around watching, TV and shit all day, garbage, that's what they're going to take in, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So I mean,
Yes.
we read the word, we read the Bible, we listen to worship music, we try not to worship Hollywood, not worshiping sports, not worshiping academia, and I'm not worshiping people that have degrees. You're not above anybody else. I'm tired of this world elevating, even Christians do it. They worship these things that are their roots are satanic, and they don't even, it's like, it's beyond anymore. I can't, it's hard to take, it is, because we all worship things we shouldn't worship, I'm sure, but after the last 3.5 years, we should look different in America, and we don't look
Yeah.
different.
So I have
And
go ahead.
sorry.
No.
Sorry, I'm a bummer. I just
No.
rate all that stuff like a wet blanket. I'm sorry, I'm D, and I do that a lot. Ugh.
When you said
You're fine. You're fine.
we should look different after 3 years, the destruction has been so much longer that it's going to take many years to get recovered from this. And
Yeah, but not if people don't engage. It ain't gonna happen.
but even that, it takes time. It's not going to happen overnight. It's nothing is. It's going to take years. Even if we could get every single person here to build the assembly, to the grand jury, the everything, it's going to take years for it to even be
No.
able to function.
No.
Okay.
It's gonna take people stopping, changing some things, and just committing. It shouldn't take that long. But we got to find it's God will move when it's time. That's what I'm trusting. I'm not counting on today. My reading was twice. I was in Chronicles. I finished First Chronicles twice. God was coming down on David for taking a census, and he wanted to know how many people did he have. God does more with less. He is going to do. He's going to move. When it's time, it's going to be time. But I still want to be active. I want us to be active, and I don't see people still being active. I still see people doing the same thing. So that concerns me. I don't want to dwell on them. I'm still focusing on my community and what I'm doing, but it's just frustrating. It's just frustrating.
I think there's more people doing it than you think there is.
I agree, Bonnie.
We're on the calls together. With the most I've seen 25 on a nationwide call of.
Yes, but that's with that.
There's more calls. There's more people in a YouTube than are on the assembly meetings. I mean, that's where it gets down to.
But the sleeping giant is real. I saw the statistics from the numbers being down with Disney, Netflix, yada yada yada.
That's true. You're right.
You know, and then the explosion of Jason Aldean's song. There is an active force silencing and hiding that, you know, I do think it would shock you, you know, how easy most normal folks agree with you rather than what's going on.
I don't live with normal folks in my community. I live with a bunch of tards, so I mean liberals.
To Bonnie's point earlier, we all met, like, and even how Indy got her name, we all started to coalesce about 2 or 3 years ago. And so, and I think that's a lot more than nothing, because we would have never met. How many people are going to view this? Close to 1,000 probably, you know, and how many does that, it's exponential. Those of us who get up and sort of bitch and complain, for lack of a better term, we are being heard. I do believe we are. And I have learned in the last 3 years, man, the list is endless. Not only about ways to take care of myself and my family and new skills, but people skills and spiritual ideas. And learning from people around and networking all around the country, and like, hey, what do you see on the ground where you are in your
and even the world, you know, and people in other countries who've been able to get real, like, you know, boots on the ground and eyes on news that we're not sure we're getting from anywhere else.
We know that,
right?
And some of us, a few thousand of us, hey, that's better than nothing, right? And I think it's way more than that. We've gotten together and found a way to network information that is actually happening in our neighborhoods, and that's, to me, that's huge. It really is. And
I'm not trying to undermine. I don't want to. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't mean to undermine what the good has come, because I'm still here with you guys, and I love us, and I love what we have. You know, I don't mean, I'm not poo-pooing this at all.
I hear what you're saying. I
definitely
you have like a righteous frustration.
Hey, no, it's about the certain things, though. It's about the things that have satanic roots, that are watered down enough for even Christians. I know they love Jesus. I know they read the same book I'm reading, but yet they're not the ones that are. I want historians look at the Constitution, live life by the law. We're letting them turn us into slaves by consent. We've already consented before masks. I did too. So can we?
That's not my point of view, Cindy.
Can we not undo it? You know, can we not reverse some of these? How are we going to undo this federal government that's weaponized against us? The people are the ones that are supposed to do it. No one's coming to save us. So the only way to do it is to stop complying and feeding it, isn't it? Logically, isn't that the only way it's going to dismantle?
And I understand that, because even for those things to work, it takes numbers. We know that it takes a percentage of each state, each county, each whatever to be able to do that. So that's where you work locally. When I go and I start talking to my emergency management people about this and see where their minds are at, then that's going to help me be able to know who could possibly be invited to these meetings. Because I don't think you just invite anybody, do you?
No.
I didn't think so. And so, again, it's a vetting process. Everything is a vetting process right now, with what's coming in from other countries to right in your own community. That's
the other thing we don't talk about with enough. sorry, but the infiltration. That was your point you're getting with, right?
Yes.
That's the other one where we're the vetting, infiltrating, and still worshiping the wrong things. I mean, we are more intelligent than that. Those are all the areas that, to me, the lessons, got to be learned with the vetting. We're not vetting.
And that's
Nope.
my problem though, is I'm a people person. I see a lot of people saying that they like being alone, and that's not me. I just no. And so because of, I don't know if it's a gift or a curse, but I have a lot of love in my heart. And so it's I trust a lot. Probably more than I should. And then other times it's like I have my guard up and
Yeah. I think I've used the word. Yes, you're right. I'm not going to say anything else.
I can't help it. That's just me, D.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Southside Chicago, Texas. What do you want? Okay. What do you want?
But
I'm glad we're all here together talking about it. You know what I mean? And we can share different opinions and points of view, and find our common ground too.
But
as far as like going back, like how do we get back to a place where I don't know that we necessarily can go back, because like the seed of distrust has already been planted. Like there's already a big enough percentage of people. Okay, so here's a scenario. There's an emergency. You don't have all of the details. You just know that an emergency has happened, and now the government is telling you they're going to round everybody up and collect them on buses to take them to a safe point. Are you going?
No.
Fuck no.
Yeah.
No.
Right.
So there we go. Then that shows, right. So then that shows that there is a big problem with the trust in our government. We're not even going to talk about the voting scenarios,
Right.
But so once
Voting
that
scenarios.
distrust is there, it's hard, if not impossible. I mean, like, we would have more trust in our politicians if they wore NASCAR outfits so we could see who their sponsors were. It might actually go better. But as is, I don't know that we can go back.
We shouldn't trust them. We're supposed to vet them. It's our job.
Yeah. No.
But it's two wings on the same bird. So it doesn't matter if you vet. We need better choices.
Corrupt hearts in a corrupt world with corrupt men and women. And I'm not trying to sound like the crazy one, but if a lot of this is by design, they could trust men and women to be corrupt, like, with all the politicians and whatnot. They could trust that they could trust in their own greed to basically
validate what they're doing.
Yeah.
And that at some point there is an agenda, there's a means to these ends, and that they have an overall plan that isn't on as strict of a timeline as you would think. And it's like a long game that someone will emerge, because if you look at everything leaning towards everybody working together, one world army, one world currency, not that we're seeing the very beginning stages of with the UN and all that is what I'm talking about. That it's largely out of our control. All we can do is to really look towards God, because He is the great warrior. He will fight these battles for us, regardless of what the majority of the people have done. Like, we got to find a way to honor Him, and to the only way to Him is through His Son, or that's what His word says, and I trust that Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, and that He is largely the answer. and that, terrible things may come. And he tells us many times, over 365 times, to not be afraid, and that he is with us, and that he will fight for us, and that all that we need to do is be still. So even if it all comes falling apart, all we have to do is be still. I mean, it's good to prep and all that, but he will make a way, because like you said, he does more with less. And we really don't have anything to be afraid of. That fear is a liar, and that we're really covered. And we need to be focusing, like Bonnie, on people and relationships, and strengthening those, and pointing them to who and what really matters. Because in my opinion, humans, we have a habit of making things more complicated for a very simple solution. And we can't control what other people do, but we can pray for them. And that's very powerful, that God will put people in their lives that can speak to them, and that they can receive, and at the end of the day, a lot of things are going to happen whether we want them to or not. You know what I mean? Like, and it's going to be okay, even though it doesn't look okay,
Huckleberry, where have you been hiding?
Well, we've had like 3 people, I think 3 or 4 times, 3 about the same people come to the city council meeting and read scripture and pray for the city council. And, that is also very important and inspiring and encouraging, because of our little motley crew of, 12 that we have, we're all different. We're all different. And because I do think that Jesus wants us to protect the kids and the seniors, because true religion is undefiled, that you do look after the widows and the children. And when they're being openly abused, it is our job, it is our duty to get our butts out there and express, at the very least, our First Amendment. In love. Well, of course, in love. No one's ever said that we don't do it in love around here. Even because I can sound like a bitch and I swear and I'm mean. But I am loving when I'm out there, believe it or not. When I was getting arrested, assaulted, when I got assaulted, I did say F you. But most of the other footage, I was in love with people and they were abusing me.
But you can say that.
What?
You can say that with love. I mean, okay, I don't trust you,
but I don't sound loving.
I'm not getting on it. If y'all see a film that says we're here to help you, don't believe it. Then that's a big F you. I will be saying that. No. And so
now are you saying I'm not gonna what? I don't understand what you mean.
When you were the one video I saw where you were at the event, you had every reason to say what you said.
Yeah.
And you were pretty mild considering what was going on.
Yeah, I've watched my footage. I mean, I don't know Landon and Tiff, and I know.
I wasn't trying to say you're not in love. I'm just saying.
Oh no, I know, but there's times I'm not gonna be loving. Like they come to the gate, and you're right though. I mean, like when Paul was in prison and they opened the earthquake happened, and he could have ran out. He stayed there and he loved on those prisoners because they were about to kill themselves. He's like, no, it's cool. I'm here. And God has done that. He will put supernatural ability and ways to be. When you're in his spirit, there is no way you're not going to be loving. You can't make yourself do it.
But you have the right to stand your ground. And that's what you were doing. You were standing strong and standing your ground for those children. You were fighting for those children.
Some people will say, I'm the aggressor. I'm the confrontational one. That's okay. I don't care. Don't care. I'm still trying to be loving all the time. Am I successful all the time? No, not all the time. I mean, you go up against the Sisters of the Perpetual Rainbow Heads that are there gyrating around the children and then have them smack the phone out of your hand. I want to see how loving you're all going to be, you know, not mocking you. I know you didn't mean it at me, but I'm just saying, like, when you get in those heated moments, yeah, I want to be loving. I do. But when you're up against this evil, God has made it where, you know what I did when they did that to me? When that person assaulted me, remember Alice Cooper shook my phone out of my hand? Girl,
Yes.
got out on my knees and closed my eyes and lifted my hand and prayed. And we were surrounded by those people. And I thought, and when I left that place, I felt like I walked out of the lion's den. I'm like, you are one crazy bitch to go there walking around in your cowgirl hat when they know that you know, like now it's like that's just it's
Good night,
a
Robert. Thanks for being here.
it's a gaslighting item now. A
Yeah.
cowgirl. It's like wearing a cross necklace or something.
I think
And
I read something about Jesus flipping tables.
Right, Doug?
Right.
I know everybody always wants to use that one though. We can
Yeah.
always use that one.
Well, I'm just saying, if he can get that angry, we're
Yeah.
human. We don't have his power. Obviously, he is the power. So,
Mhm.
yes, those times are going to happen. You were
You're right, Landon. I didn't mean to, you know, I was not trying to say that you weren't right to be saying what you were saying. I was just building on it. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that is the goal, but sometimes we don't make the goal, you know?
I was just saying what was laid on my heart in the moment. I didn't mean it directed or anything.
No, but I was building on your conversation. So, and I know it sounded a little mocking because I was like, yeah, you want to be loving and
That's
that kind
fine.
of moment.
We went to Save the Children rallies. I don't know if anyone's ever seen any of that, but
yeah, you know, it gets intense, right?
Especially on the streets of New Orleans. We didn't even get to the rally yet, and folks on the streets were just like immediately targeting us, and like if we had chosen to look at them and engage, it would have been assault right then and there. The first 10 minutes of parking the car before we even got to the rally.
Is that where you
these
live?
are people that are non-political. Well, we don't live in New Orleans, but I grew up near New Orleans.
That's where you were going, though. You were going to that.
Yeah, it was at St. James Square in New Orleans, right by the Riverwalk and the French Quarter.
Right on. And so you got harassed by people because the way you dressed and looked, they knew you were.
I don't know what they knew, but they targeted us immediately, and these are
we had signs.
Just folks on the street were, you know, F Trump and all this other stuff, and I wasn't even wearing it, and no one was wearing
Nobody
anything.
said nothing about Trump. It was all like save the children, and people were like.
But if I had
F
chosen to
you
engage them, then it would have turned into a, because like I could tell that these dudes were not messing around. And down
What
here,
was it
man, like,
for? What was the event?
it was just a Save the Children rally.
But who was your opposition?
There was no. It was just a march.
Just a march.
Oh.
But like,
On
look,
the streets.
I'll tell you,
Just
you
everybody in the
tell,
street.
It was loosely organized. You could tell that like kind of a soccer mom put it together because it was mostly women.
A bunch of people showed up.
A bunch of people showed up, but it was mostly women. It was like during the middle of the week on a, you know, in the middle of the day type of deal. And let me tell you, we were hot footing it. Like it was hard to keep up with these ladies. I'm like, are they nervous or what? Like
Hippies for Trump was there with us. That's where we met in person.
Well, my point of view on this is that everyone has the right to peaceful assembly and to essentially picket. You know what I mean? So regardless of, you know, you or not, I'm not looking at any one of you in particular, but each of us might have something we passionately believe in. Peaceful assembly is 100% within your right to do. And I think that's where we're losing some of the game here, is that people are not hearing each other one way or the other, you know.
In these cities like Chicago, Detroit, New Orleans, like rights are kind of like, I don't know how to explain it. It's definitely between the meek and the predators, especially in the cities. It doesn't take very much less save the children signs. It's very easy for you to be under knife point or gunpoint in New Orleans. I mean, you so much as look at somebody wrong or respond to them wrong.
They're like, rights. Let me tell you what. If you survive until the cops get here, we can talk about
if the
what
cops
rights
come.
right.
I mean, you can get smacked down or stabbed to death right in front of a cop in New Orleans. It
sounds like the south side of Chicago to me. Sounds just like where I grew up. Yeah, it's crazy out there, man. It's city living. It's like it's different than country living. That's for sure. But
good night, William. Thanks for being here. Matt, it's really good to see you. I'm glad you're able to be here tonight.
So I saw a poll.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask you guys because I thought it would be fun. All right. So out of the four, who is more corrupt? The Bidens, the Bushes, Trump, or the Clintons?
All.
Bush, Trump.
Out of the four, the Clintons.
Who is the most corrupt out of the Bidens, the Bushes, Trump, or the Clintons?
I'm going with the Bushes.
That's
I'll read y'all the results.
I mean, I think they're all in it together. So
right.
It's a trick question. It's the Obamas, and they're so corrupt they're not even on the list.
Oh, come on.
No.
Bushes because of Senior. Bush Senior was, in my opinion, he was pretty freaking dirty.
Did you ever see the video of when he died? Did you ever see the video of when he died? Bush Senior around the table with his woman and all bunch of 3-letter agents around the table. Yes, it's on BitChute. Look it up. The time Bush Senior died on live TV, or no, it wasn't live TV, but it says the time Bush Senior died on camera or something like that. And Barbara,
of him where you can,
it was creepy, man. She was so heartless looking. I'm like, was that even her? These people, they are psychopaths. They really are. They really are.
I mean, to put the question the opposite way, can any of us name someone that we thought was legit, not corrupted, in it for the people? I don't care which side of the aisle. I am not an aisle girl. Can anyone name one? And at any point in history, go back. In fact, I think Washington was like the 4th president, or
I think JFK, Rand Paul. Who's that Matt? What is his name? Crap, Gates. I forgot. Is it Gates?
Yeah.
I like him.
Jim Jordan.
Jim Jordanson, Jordan. Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. I heard Jim Jordan say something today that made me question him.
What?
I'm telling you, they're all in it for their own.
Yeah, Bonnie, really, I'm with you. I
just watched the video of him.
But what did he say?
Oh, I can't remember what the topic was even. I'm sorry. I just heard that.
I will tell you that Jim Jordan his office has helped our friend. I don't want to say her name, but he also personally called her. And he's also very deeply involved with the human movements of little ones and adults and stuff. And that's why they targeted Ohio. He's a badass. He's nailing them all to the wall all the time. Him and Gates. I'm not saying they're all clean.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I know for sure they're clean, but if you're asking me who I thought was like legit.
Well, doing the people
like truly for the people.
I actually thought Chip Roy was, and he's my rep for my county until
he's not
the voting of the speaker. In his defense, he was purple. He was so mad. It was like he was forced to do it. And as soon as he did it, he left the room.
Kevin Kiley was was great until he got in as a senator recently and immediately voted to protect Shifty Shift.
I like Carrie Lake.
Oh yeah, who doesn't? She is
right, but my only thing is like she's almost too perfect. I'm like,
yeah, yep. I feel the same way. Something about her seems a little, I don't know, planted.
She's just really good, right? Like she's super polished.
My one thing is the one thing I like.
Virginia
man is flawed.
Yeah.
So
Thanks for being up here, V.
There are people that I trust for a time. For a time, I really liked watching Alex Jones. For a time, I really liked watching. Like we've had different, but I don't think you should give your unyielded loyalty to any one person. Like because at any given time, like they can change. So somebody that you were 100% aligned with can change their views, or they can partner up with somebody that you're not aligned with, or you know what I mean. And so same with churches, like we'll find a church that we like, but we're still listening with discernment because unfortunately there are churches out there, right, that are preaching things that we don't necessarily agree with. And and so I just think discernment is a good thing on any topic.
Yeah.
I mean, I would have said Trump, but I've always found it a little difficult to trust anyone with that much money, or access to go bankrupt and then immediately be a millionaire again.
I would have, out of those four, I would have said the family that shall not be named, because they freak me out and they know a lot of people that have met untimely demises.
53 or 50, something like that. Yeah.
I bet their toll is a little bit. I bet that.
Yeah, it's probably not even close to accurate. And
yeah, right, Kelly. I wonder about that too. I've been following him for a while.
I've always been very careful about him because of his roles in the movies and whatnot. I'm not saying it's not possible. Just like she was just saying how at some point some folks can get corrupted. Some folks can turn to the I'm not saying that Russell Brand's a bad guy, but I've always been very skeptical and careful of him because sometimes folks can speak half truths, and I mean,
I've never watched him. I don't trust him at all. I don't trust anybody. The ones that have a lot of followers. My latest find I like. Have you guys ever seen a guy called Odin's Men?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What a treat he is. I've been watching him for the last 3 days. I'm like, he's hilarious. Holy cow. And he's got a lot of good stories that are very sad stories of the detransitioners. They're so young and it's motivating. It's like, yeah, just can't let up right now. It just wouldn't be right. It's so tempting. I just took a 2-week break again.
Yeah.
I just took a 2-week break 2 weeks ago. Well, so what? I'm not a buy me a coffee or I'm not journaling. We're documenting history here. We're trying to find solutions and we're hanging out, and I found my people. Lurkers do matter.
Lurkers matter.
Love you, Huckleberry. Good to see you.
I'm usually a lurker.
I am usually a lurker myself.
I lurk on occasion as well.
It's not a lot going on lately. There's not a lot of good stuff going. I've seen Roots has been doing some late night streams, but she's in the box tonight. She's selling logs already. Ooh, and I gotta go feed my horses, you guys.
William's not leaving yet.
My ears started ringing so bad.
Well, you guys, I actually need to end this here pretty soon. Dee, did you want that link shared? Is that something you wanted to share?
Yeah, could you share that link for Cindy? Yeah, it's the one about Bush, and if anybody else wanted it, it's off of BitChute there.
Oh, you just want me to put it in the regular chat?
Yeah, could you put it in the regular chat? Gotcha. Not share it on your stream. Oh gosh, no.
Okay.
Don't do that at all. For sure. But yeah. Thank you so
then
much.
if you
So
can pull up
sweet.
that video, that song, D,
Oh,
we'll go ahead and
okay.
kind of end it on that.
Oh, all right.
Hold on one second. Link from D.
X
Okay.
Bootlicker.
Oh, hey, X. Good to see you. We're
Oh,
just
you want me
wrapping
to
things up.
share it?
Have been lurking, hopefully. Yeah, if you can open, or I don't know where your internet is, but I don't know if mine will share screen, you know
Oh,
what
yeah,
I mean?
okay.
Like share
Let
the
me do
video
it.
while I'm
Yeah.
streaming.
Yeah,
Very well.
Yep, let me do that. And then once I turn that echo off, we'll be echoing.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have to give me the screen though.
Yep, I'll bring you. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, honey. Yeah, you know what you're doing. I know you know what you're doing.
Sometimes.
All right.
All right. Well,
Bye.
don't play it. Yeah, don't play it quite yet, but go ahead and share the sound. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming and being here. Thank you to everyone who's been up on panel throughout the night. Thanks for all of the great music from those of you who shared and for all of the great conversation. Thank you, Anti and Mike, for always being amazing mods and sharing all the links and info. And thanks just everybody for being here and for
Kelly,
just coming to hang out and connect.
Thank you, guys.
Congrats, Kelly. That's awesome news.
Thank you, Andy.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that is awesome news. Glad to hear it, Kelly. All right. Okay, so this is just a song that I really enjoy. It's by Frank Turzo. Some of you have seen him on here before or around in the music community. And he's an amazing artist. And this is just a really positive song with a great message. And so I thought it'd be a good way to kind of end the stream so we can kind of wrap up the chat while it's playing. And then I'll just go ahead and close it out. So thank you again, everybody, for being here. We're stronger together. Love you lots.
Thanks,
Go
guys.
ahead. Go ahead, Dee.
All right. Here we